So thank you all for joining us today for a public workshop on the Clean Miles Standard proceeding, Rulemaking R21-11-014. My name is Tara Curtis, and I'm the Transportation Policy Supervisor within the Consumer Protection and Enforcement Division. This workshop is being recorded, and CPUC staff will be taking notes. We'll be providing publicly a post-workshop summary report, which will be filed in the proceeding record. To start, I would like to introduce Commissioner Rex Schaaf, who will be speaking on behalf of assigned Commissioner Sharoma, as she could not be with us today. And Commissioner Rex Schaaf would like to provide opening remarks and introduce our honored guests who may wish to make remarks as well. Commissioner Rex Schaaf, I understand Senator Skinner will be here maybe in about 10 minutes, but I'll turn it to you for opening remarks. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Tara. Good morning. As Tara indicated, I will be providing opening remarks on behalf of Commissioner Sharoma, who is the assigned commissioner here today. Unfortunately, she could not be here. Her father just passed away a couple of days ago. Our thoughts, of course, are with her, but I'll be opening today's session on her behalf. As Tara indicated, this workshop concerns the Clean Miles Standard. It's a rulemaking we opened to implement Senate Bill 1014 that was authored by Senator Nancy Skinner to reduce emissions from the transportation network company sector. We commonly refer to them as TNCs. This, of course, is one of the many cutting-edge pieces of climate legislation that Senator Skinner has authored. I guess I'll need to repeat that so that she can hear it when she joins us, because I certainly want her to know how much we value her leadership on this and so many other matters. She was gonna talk next, but we will juggle the order of speakers with my colleagues on the dais. I want to acknowledge them. We've got President Reynolds, Commissioner Houck, our colleague Commissioner Monahan from the Energy Commission, who is the lead on transportation electrification there. We have Jen Gress, who's the chief of the Sustainable Transportation and Communities Division at the California Air Resources Board. Chair Randolph is out of town, could not join today. We're obviously closely partnering with CARB on this proceeding. I want to thank all of the staff from our Transportation Analysis Group for their hard work in preparing this workshop. I want to thank our IT team as well for their work. The big picture here is one that many folks are familiar with. To deal with climate change, we need to address greenhouse gas emissions from the transportation sector. That is our overwhelming challenge. GHG emissions from the sector are about 50% of the state's inventory. Last year, the Air Resources Board adopted GHG reduction and electrification targets and goals for the Clean Miles Standard program, and that opened this rulemaking. What we're doing here is looking at innovative ways to implement these targets. This new mobility option, the ride-sharing option, continues to grow at a rapid pace. COVID halted the growth, but that's not going to last for very long. And to do this, we need to work very closely with our sister agencies. So I'm delighted that they're joining us here on the dais. We will need to carefully coordinate within the PUC in our own proceedings, including our transportation electrification proceedings, our distributed energy resource proceedings, to make sure that we are fully in sync with what's going on here and the additional demand and grid needs that this proceeding will present. And successful implementation will also require input from all the parties represented at this workshop. And that includes the drivers of TNC services as well as the customers. I mentioned that the growth of ride-sharing companies has been slowed somewhat by COVID, but that's changing, and the timing of this workshop is really opportune. People are returning, starting to return to the office, to travel, to move around our population centers. So the issue is front and center again. And that will, of course, drive demand for services from TNCs like Uber and Lyft. So our opportunity now, as ridership grows, again, is to make the services more sustainable and to do so in a way that expands opportunities for low and middle income communities. The thoughtfulness, the diligence, the hard work of participations in today's workshop will help us implement this program in a very thoughtful, effective, and expeditious manner. I want to acknowledge that we've been joined by Chair Hochschild of the Energy Commission, and Senator Skinner has now joined. Senator Skinner, you missed my gushing compliments of you. I'll have to repeat them another time, but I did want to thank you for your leadership on SB 1014 as well as on so many other climate and clean energy statutes over the years. And with that, I think I will turn it over to you for welcoming remarks. After that, we'll hear from my colleagues on the dais. Senator Skinner.
Senator Skinner, I think you're on mute.
Good point. Thanks so much, Commissioner Rex Schaaf and Cliff, who I've known for many years. Appreciate it. And thank you, CPUC, for holding this workshop, because this is a very important area that we need to monitor and regulate. And what was interesting is that the PUC's own 2018 report on emissions from ride-sharing companies, TNCs, like Uber, Lyft, others, showed that they were very significant. And San Francisco did a look at not just VMT, but the number of vehicles within their within the city over a certain period of time, starting in about I think it was like 2007 or 8. And they found the growth of vehicles that were as a result of these transportation network companies was extremely significant. And I don't have the exact number of VMT that they estimated that it increased. And what we also saw is that with the rise in these this type of ride sharing, you had a drop in transit ridership. So here we are trying our best to reduce the dependence on single occupancy or even two occupancy vehicles because of the climate emissions, and not only climate, but air pollution still. I mean, the two greatest sources of emissions for both climate, our climate crisis in California and our air pollution crisis is from vehicles, from the burning of fossil fuels in vehicles. And so we were sort of going backwards. And so that was what inspired me and Mark Farron, who really came up with the idea. And he had been a former PUC commissioner, Mark Farron, for the Clean Miles Standard Bill. So I'm really happy that it is that both first ARB, our Air Resources Board, did such a good job on setting some standards. And now I'm very glad that you all are digging deep, rolling up your sleeves on it. And we know that we've got, the TNCs are not our only issue when it comes to transportation, but certainly if we can move them over to ZEVs, and if we can also reduce either increase the number of passengers in their vehicles or the number of vehicles total, we're going to have a lot of benefits. So that's because we also have the congestion problem. So anyway, important to our public health, to climate, to local traffic conditions, that we get a handle on the vehicle miles driven by our TNCs, and that our TNCs will utilize our zero emission vehicles. And I really appreciate that you are setting this up, because the next step is PUC implementation. and these TNC companies will be submitting plans and goals to you. So really appreciate it, and hope that I can continue to come up with, through good suggestions of people like you all and Mark Farron, for legislation that's needed in these areas to take on these challenges. So thanks.
Thank you very much, Senator Skinner. You're of course welcome to stay for as much of the panel today as you like. Very much appreciate your being here.
Sure.
And thanks again for your leadership on this issue. I'm going to turn now to President Reynolds to see if she has any opening remarks.
Good morning. Thank you, Commissioner Rex Schaaf. Welcome to all the participants today. And I just wanted to add some brief remarks. In thinking about this workshop today, I am noting that it really marks the fact that we're at points of transportation and so much transformation in so many aspects of our lives. One, of course, is technology. And another is our efforts to combat climate change. And the Clean Mile Standard is really a point where these things come together. And I am just feeling very fortunate that we have leaders with foresight to recognize this problem and come up with a solution of the problem of GHGs and TNCs, to use several acronyms. I could throw in VMT there too, but to really find a creative way to tackle this problem, as it began to grow, and to recognize the trends that were changing, as Senator Skinner noted, changing the way that people travel, the use of transit, the use of TNCs, and try and do something about it. So I'm really looking forward to the workshop today. Thank you to everyone who organized the workshop, and thank you to Senator Skinner for your leadership. Thank you very much.
Thank you, President Reynolds. Commissioner Houck, did you have any opening remarks?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Rex Schaaf, and good morning, everyone. I want to thank Commissioner Sharoma, who, as you mentioned, is not able to be with us today, for her leadership on this matter, and to Tara for moderating today, and Stephanie for keeping the virtual forum going. I also want to thank our sister agencies, the California Air Resources Board and the California Energy Commission, for their coordination and participation in today's workshop. I'm looking forward to learning about how we can reduce greenhouse gas emissions from TNCs as new mobility options continue to grow. And I'm pleased to see an emphasis on equity issues, as we need to keep this at the forefront as we move through the discussion today. It's important to note that very low income families spend on average over 30% of their income on transportation, and that a lack of private vehicles in our car-dependent society limits access to higher paying jobs, healthcare, and other opportunities. Shared and new mobility options offer an opportunity to reshape our transportation system and foster a more equitable, cleaner future. And I'm very much looking forward to the discussion today. So thank you, and I'll turn it back over to you, Cliff.
Yeah, thank you. That is an incredible figure, 30% of income spent on transportation. It's unbelievable. I'm going to turn it over now to our colleagues from the California Energy Commission. First, Chair Hochschild, do you have any opening remarks?
Yeah, I think we're at the point of the introductions where everything that can be said has been. I just want to thank my colleagues for your leadership, Senator Skinner for your tenacity and vision on this issue. And just to say, I do think all of this work connects further upstream to our work on Lithium Valley to move beyond fossil fuels towards a sustainable lithium-based transportation future. And there's a lot of momentum happening in that, including with EV manufacturing now, with 43 separate companies making EVs in our state and scaling rapidly. And so I just wanted to thank all the stakeholders for participating and look forward to the discussion.
Thank you. Commissioner Monahan.
Well, I appreciate the opportunity to be participating in this important workshop at this topic. Just thanks to you, Commissioner Rex Schaaf, President Reynolds, Commissioner Sharoma, Commissioner Houck, and the CPUC for hosting this cross-agency workshop. I also want to thank Senator Skinner, who is such a leader on climate, clean energy, and equity broadly. I think she's a hero to many of us, so it's great to have her here with us on the dais. And I think Senator Skinner did a great job of outlining the challenges that we're facing with today's transportation network companies when it comes to emissions, congestion, community impacts broadly. And I want to talk a bit about the benefits that we can get when we electrify, and especially for these drivers who are often low income, juggling multiple jobs, trying to keep their family finances afloat. And electric vehicles have lower fuel costs, they have lower maintenance costs, and so they could actually help these drivers make more money as they move our passengers more cleanly and help cut harmful air pollution. The Energy Commission is, our job is to make sure that there is a robust zero-emission vehicle refueling infrastructure available for these drivers. We recently announced proposed awards for a number of different projects to provide what we're calling charging access for reliable on-demand transportation services, or CARTs, as we like to call it. So we've announced $16.6 million in funding with over $20 million in match for 10 projects across the state. And we're really focusing in on equity. So we've proposed an award for the LEAP Institute in Huron, California, which is one of the poorest cities in California, as well as in Southern California with KIDGET to focus on transportation network companies in disadvantaged communities. So we really want to make sure that as we electrify transportation network companies, that we're really focused strongly on providing benefits for low-income and disadvantaged communities, and that there's an infrastructure there ready to support the regulatory actions by the CPUC or by the Air Resources Board. And I think this is no surprise to anybody, but transportation network drivers are going to be visiting DC fast chargers a lot more than the average driver. So our data indicates 2.5 times a day and an average of 20 kilowatt hours per session, whereas a typical driver doesn't use the DC fast charger regularly. So there's really an interesting opportunity on the grid side if we can tailor these charging behaviors to time with when we have a lot of renewable energy on the grid. So I'll stop there. I feel like I've said too much already, but it's a pleasure to be here, and I'm looking forward to the session.
Absolutely, you did not say too much. That's really helpful and important information. Thank you so much, Commissioner Monahan. And the final person on the dais who will be giving opening remarks is CARB Division Chief Jen Gress. Jen.
Thank you, Commissioner Rex Schaaf, and good morning, everybody. I'm here on behalf of Chair Leanne Randolph, who is out of town today and unable to be here. And CARB is pleased to partner with the CPUC on the groundbreaking Clean Mile Standard, and we look forward to supporting this proceeding in the coming months. To meet the state's air quality standards and the state's climate goals, California must transition to zero-emission vehicles and reduce vehicle miles traveled. The Clean Mile Standard, with its focus on ride-hailing, assists with both objectives. Pursuant to SB 1014 by Senator Skinner, CARB adopted the Clean Mile Standard regulation in 2021. This first-of-its-kind regulation established 2 targets that the largest ride-hailing services must meet by 2030. Specifically, they must achieve a 90% electric vehicle miles traveled target and a 0 greenhouse gas emissions per passenger mile target by 2030. The EVMT target will accelerate the transition to zero-emission vehicles. The zero carbon target can be achieved in multiple ways, and the regulation is designed to encourage actions that reduce VMT, such as reducing empty miles driven without a passenger, increasing pooling of multiple passengers in a single trip, investing in active transportation infrastructure, or facilitating transit trips. And Gloria Pack will discuss this further in her presentation later. We are excited to embark on this next phase in establishing the Clean Mile Standard program. And on behalf of Chair Randolph, thank you to Senator Skinner for your vision and authoring the enabling legislation, and to CPUC for your ongoing partnership. We look forward to continuing to work with you to implement the program. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much, Jen. I think we're done with remarks from the dais. So at this point, I'm going to turn it back to Tara.
Thank you, Commissioner Rex Schaaf and Senator Skinner and all of our honored guests for joining us this morning and for your great, inspiring opening remarks. I will now walk through a couple of slides going through today's workshop purpose, guidelines, and our agenda. So the purpose of today's workshop is to discuss the issues in this proceeding and gain an understanding of stakeholders' perspectives and concerns. We invite and encourage dialogue among stakeholders today. We'll have a mix of presentations, question and answer sessions, and breakout group discussion. Please keep discussions related to the topic and questions being discussed. Staff will also be monitoring the chat box and raised hands feature if questions arise throughout the workshop. There should be a chat box and raised hands buttons at the bottom of your WebEx window. And we have a number of policy and IT staff on the call today who will be monitoring the chat if you need technical assistance. Please add any comments that you're not able to verbalize into the chat, which we will be saving in our workshop notes. And if you need closed captioning, please click the CC icon in the lower left of your screen. A workshop summary report will be filed in the proceeding and open for comment shortly after this workshop. So for this first, let's go through the agenda real quick. Thank you, Steph. Today's agenda is pretty packed. We have a very rich and robust discussion planned. This morning, we will be hearing from the Air Resources Board to get a deeper understanding of the regulatory approach that they have recently adopted. We'll move then into an expert panel focusing on funding and financing of the transition to zero emission vehicles in the TNC fleet. And we'll round out our morning session with 4 presentations from representatives of low and moderate income drivers groups. The principal level honored guests we have on the call will be offered another opportunity for closing remarks prior to a lunch break at about 12:10. The afternoon is divided into a series of 3 separate breakout group discussions. The first will focus on impacts to and solutions for low and moderate income drivers and communities in implementing the Clean Miles Standard. The second series of 2 breakout group sessions will focus on the greenhouse gas emissions reduction plans that the regulated entities will be required to submit and the regulatory framework that will support CMS implementation. Then we will review the upcoming schedule and adjourn no later than 4:30 this afternoon. Okay, next slide. Thanks, Steph. So for this session, we welcome Gloria Pack from the Air Resources Board. She's an air resources engineer, and she will review the Clean Miles Standard regulation that CARB passed in 2021. We'll follow with a short question and answer session. Gloria, please turn on your camera and we'll move through your slides for you.
Thanks, Tara. So good morning, everybody. I'll be providing a review of what CARB has established through our rulemaking process for the Clean Miles Standard over the past several years, and give you some background on how we arrived at our targets. Next slide, please. So here's just an outline of what I'll go over today. I'll give you some background on Senate Bill 1014, the base year, 2018 base year activity information that we've analyzed. I'll be presenting a review of the targets that we've established for electrification and GHG. There are also optional GHG credit provisions in our regulation. I'll also discuss briefly the exemptions and flexibilities that are provided in the regulation, and also how we see our role going forward in the CPUC rulemaking process. Next slide, please. So the Clean Miles Standard regulation established 2 targets. The first being the greenhouse gas target, which is in the metric of grams CO2 per passenger mile traveled. We also have the electrification target in the metric of percent electric vehicle miles traveled. And these targets are applicable to passenger service by transportation network companies. They're not applicable to food and goods delivery at this time. And also TNC service provided by autonomous vehicle fleets. And the key goals of this regulation is, of course, to reduce greenhouse gas emissions from the TNC sector, primarily through increasing electrification. And also another key goal is to reduce VMT, or vehicle miles traveled. Next slide, please. So at the beginning of this, of our rulemaking process, we established a base year emissions level, and through that, we were able to look through a huge data set from all the registered TNCs in 2018 that were active at the time, of course, including Uber and Lyft. So from that data, we deduced that about 1.25% of California's light-duty VMT were associated with TNCs. And the activity of the TNC vehicles in 2018 amounted to about 4.3 billion miles on the California roads. And about 62% of that was passenger VMT versus the 38% that were deadhead VMT. Deadhead meaning there were no passengers in the car during those miles. And also we want to note here that of the passenger VMT, about a fifth of that were pool requested rides. And pool requested does not necessarily mean pool matched. We did not have that information, but it's something interesting to note. And additional details of the base year activity, as well as the base year emissions that we established, are found in the 2018 base year emissions inventory report that can be found on the Clean Mile Standard website. And you can see the cover page of the report there. Next slide, please. So here's the process we went through in order to set the targets. As you just saw, we used 2018 as the base year. We assessed technology readiness and technology availability, so looking at current ZEV models as well as future ZEV models, their range now and what is projected for the future. We also looked at the costs for drivers and the TNC sector as a whole of upfront and ongoing costs for operating ZEVs in the fleet. We also took into account stakeholder input as we moved through a public engagement process during the rulemaking and received many helpful comments and took those into account as well when setting our targets. Next slide, please. So when we talk about electrification targets, as mentioned before, we are talking about electric vehicle miles traveled, and specifically those electric vehicle miles traveled are the fraction of vehicle miles traveled by battery electric vehicles or BEVs and fuel cell electric vehicles. And we do not include plug-in hybrid vehicle miles in the EVMT targets or EVMT compliance. However, plug-in hybrid vehicles help meet the lower GHG targets, so they're not a total loss. Next slide, please. Here are the annual electrification targets that we established in our rulemaking. So the rule takes effect in calendar year 2023, and we start with a target of 2% EVMT, and we ramp up all the way to 90% by 2030. And what we're noting here at the 50% and 90% targets are that when we have 50% EVMT in the fleet, we estimate that that will require about 20% of the vehicles to be ZEVs. And when we meet the 90% EVMT, we expect 46% of the fleet's vehicles to be ZEVs. And these numbers mainly signify that the distribution of miles from the vehicles are such that a smaller portion of drivers or vehicles are putting up the bulk of the miles into the TNC services. So the full-time drivers put in a large number of miles, and then the part-time and intermittent drivers put in a lot less. So that's why we're seeing a lower percentage of ZEVs required in order to meet high targets like the 90% EVMT. Next slide, please. So this is the EVMT compliance equation in blue here in a simplified form. It's basically the annual period 3 miles completed by ZEVs over the total annual period 3 miles completed by all vehicles. So we want to note that in this equation, in this compliance equation, we're using period 3 trip segments only. And this is to reduce the potential for excess deadhead miles by ZEVs. You can imagine that if we included period 1, or in other words, deadhead miles, we could potentially see a lot of ZEV miles happening in period 1, but they're not carrying passengers. So that's what we wanted to avoid by using period 3 trip segments only. Next slide, please. So moving on to the greenhouse gas targets. The greenhouse gas targets are essentially the grams CO2, the total vehicle CO2 emissions relative to the total passenger miles traveled. Next slide, please. So shown here are the annual GHG targets in grams CO2 per passenger mile traveled, starting with 252 in the year 2023 and ramping all the way down to 0 by 2030. And the yellow area that we're showing, what we're calling the gap, is the difference between what the EVMT targets could achieve in terms of GHG reduction and what the GHG targets could achieve. So the dotted line shown at the top of the yellow area, that is what we project the GHG reduction could be from the EVMT targets alone. And by adding GHG targets in addition to that, we can achieve even lower gram CO2 per passenger mile traveled. Next slide, please. And this is the GHG compliance equation. You can see the gram CO2 per passenger mile traveled is the sum of total VMT multiplied by a CO2 factor, essentially the fuel consumption of vehicles. And then passenger mile traveled is basically the period 3 miles multiplied by the occupancy factor, or number of passengers per trip. So what we're pointing out in the numerator is that if you have more fuel efficient vehicles such as hybrids, you will have lower CO2 factors, which reduces your gram CO2 per passenger mile traveled. And then in the denominator, the higher occupancy per trip you have, or the more passengers you have per trip, also the lower the gram CO2 per passenger mile traveled. Next slide, please. So in our Clean Mile Standard regulation, we also provide optional GHG credits that can be earned by TNCs, and they can achieve these credits in two ways. One is connecting passengers to transit trips, and how they can do this is by connecting a TNC vehicle trip to a mass transit trip. And of course, the connection needs to be verified either through the purchase of the transit ticket on the TNC app or another method of verification that they can propose and that both agencies need to approve. The second way to earn GHG credits is to invest in bike or sidewalk infrastructure. These investments must be part of an approved regional transportation plan, and it can include the construction or repair of a sidewalk. And details of these provisions are outlined in our regulation. We also want to note that for GHG credits, they must be used in the same year they are earned, and these credits cannot be banked for use in future years. Next slide, please. And speaking of banking credits, we are providing exemptions and flexibility in the form of being able to carry forward over compliance GHG up to 3 years, as shown in number 3. We have 2 exemptions as well. First is a small TNC exemption, and this exemption is for TNCs with annual vehicle miles traveled of less than or equal to 5 million, and they would be exempt from the electrification and GHG targets, as well as the annual compliance report. However, they would not be exempt from the continued annual data submittal as required by the CPUC TNC permit. We also exempt wheelchair accessible vehicle trips. So trips that are requested and completed as wheelchair accessible vehicle trips will be exempt from the targets. Next slide, please. So we see our role going forward as supporting CPUC in their CMS proceedings, and as directed by our board in May of 2021, we will be monitoring infrastructure, charging infrastructure, as well as costs to drivers. So costs meaning electrification costs for purchase or lease or financing of ZEVs, as well as the cost of electricity. We also plan to continue to evaluate driver impacts by supporting CPUC's engagement with TNC drivers, as well as pursuing research contracts to better assess the impacts that are happening for the drivers as this regulation takes effect. Next slide, please. So if you have any questions that aren't answered here today, please feel free to email us at cleancars@arb.ca.gov. You can also find all of our rulemaking documents and additional information such as driver incentive programs on the Clean Mile Standard website, which is shown here. So that concludes my presentation, and I'll turn it back over to you, Tara.
Thanks so much, Gloria. So we now have ample time for questions and answers if anybody has questions for Gloria. In the meantime, I'm also going to post a couple of links in the chat. The first is to CARB's Clean Mile Standard webpage, and CPUC has also recently posted a similar page that will be built up over time as we work through implementation. So those links are in the chat. If you have a question, please raise your hand or type it into the chat box, and we'll get those answered now. I see a hand from Commissioner Monahan.
Yeah, I'm wondering if there's a link, excuse me, to infrastructure in the regulations.
Gloria, do you want to take that?
Sure. I'm sorry. Could you please repeat the question? I couldn't quite hear.
Yeah, whether there's a link to zero emission vehicle infrastructure in the regulations.
In the regulation, no, as far as any requirements for agencies or for the TNCs to increase infrastructure, that's not written into our regulation. Our regulation mainly establishes the targets for the TNCs to meet on an annual basis, but we do expect that in order to meet those electrification targets, TNCs need to support the build out of infrastructure and work closely with the agencies, including CEC, in order to make sure that that happens.
And Commissioner Monahan, I would just add from PUC's perspective, a question around how our proceeding should coordinate with a separate proceeding that's ongoing around transportation electrification. How that coordination should shape up is also something being explored within our proceeding. And actually the next panel session we have will include a representative from that team.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome. Other questions? Okay, I see a question in the chat, and so I'll just read this. This is from Drew Hodell. To what extent does the CMS regulation plan to account for greenhouse gas emissions from electricity? I ask because I wonder whether and how effective it is, how effective it will be in decarbonizing the TNCs if the TNCs electrify, but their electricity is not greenhouse gas emissions free, especially when self-driving vehicles may end up being more energy intensive than regular EVs. Gloria, do you want to take a stab at that from CARB's perspective?
Sure, I can start, and then if either our branch chief, division chief, or manager wants to chime in, that would also be helpful. But I'll start by saying that in our staff report, we do look at we did analysis of upstream emissions, and that's kind of how we take into account the greenhouse gas emissions as well as criteria pollutants from upstream sources through the increase of electrification. And as far as within the regulation order itself, we don't specifically address reduction of upstream emissions, if that's part of the question. But I think, yeah, Joshua, if you want to chime in.
Yeah, thank you, Gloria. Just to add to what she's describing, in past rulemakings, we have considered whether to include upstream emissions for compliance. And it's pretty tricky to do that because the upstream activities are changing over time with state rules and investor-owned renewable program rollout. And so for accounting for the upstream factors that are changing for compliance with TNCs annually is very complicated and can be difficult for them to then plan for meeting their targets when something they don't control is a variable that's shifting. So we felt we wanted to keep the program focused on the vehicle emissions where we know they can control that. But as Gloria noted, we do account for, in our environmental impact analysis, the upstream emissions, so you get a sense of the scale of that relative to the vehicle emissions.
Great. Thank you, Joshua and Gloria. Commissioner Rex Schaaf, and I see you have your hand raised as well.
Thank you. How will we quantify the emission benefits of the alternative compliance mechanisms to make sure that we're addressing the gap that you identified? Is there a strategy for that?
I can start as well. So in covering that gap that we saw that in one of the slides, the yellow area, we don't specify exactly what strategies the TNCs must use in order to further reduce their GHG beyond just electrification. And we've noted kind of throughout our rulemaking process that some of the strategies include deadhead reduction, use of more fuel efficient cars, and also the optional GHG credits that we're providing can be used towards meeting that GHG target or covering that gap. So connecting passengers to transit and investing in active transportation infrastructure. And there could be other strategies that TNCs may use to further reduce their GHG beyond electrification, but we don't specify that in the regulation.
Thank you.
Okay, and I see a couple other questions are coming in through the chat. Gloria, how was the threshold of 5 million miles for exemption determined? Is that the average VMT completed by a TNC?
5 million is actually approximately double what the largest of the small TNCs had in the year 2018. So the small TNC VMT combined were several orders of magnitude lower than Uber and Lyft's VMT for 2018. The company that had the small company that had the highest VMT had about 2.5 million vehicle miles in 2018, and we added some room to that to allow the small TNCs to grow before they need to invest resources in beginning to meet the electrification and GHG targets.
Great. Okay. And I have another question for you. This is from Adam Grumis of Uber. Do I read correctly that CMS is intending to reduce absolute VMT from the TNC sector and not to improve the efficiency of VMT? If so, what's the state target for VMT share by TNC and other on-demand services like taxis? And how does that compare to the state's targets for VMT share by privately driven cars and public transit?
So I can start, and maybe Joshua or Jen might want to chime in, but we are not saying that this regulation will reduce absolute VMT. We look at VMT reduction in relative to passenger miles traveled. And apologies if that wasn't clear, but we do realize that the regulation cannot specifically reduce absolute VMT from TNCs. We're looking at it relative to passenger miles traveled.
Yeah, and thank you, Gloria. And just to add that, our intent with the regulation and then our interpretation of the intent of the statute was not to impact the mobility needs of passengers, but to improve the efficiency, to reduce relative VMT within the TNC sector, but still enable the mobility demands of the passengers.
Great. Okay, and then another question has come in. I'm afraid some may have asked, but let's see here, let me translate this. Is there any path to regulate greenhouse gas emissions or VMT by foods or goods delivery businesses? Gloria, I'll let you take a first stab. I can chime in if you need.
You want me to take that, Gloria?
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, so under Senate Bill 1014, the agencies were given authority to create rules and targets on passenger ride-hailing services. So that was the narrow scope of what we were asked to do, and that's what the current CMS is designed for. There are possibilities. Other programs could be created to create emission targets for food, freight, delivery services, but that's outside the scope of SB 1014 in this current program.
Okay. That's the last question in the chat. Any other questions? I'll give it 30 seconds or so. Raise your hand. Feel free to write it in the chat. Okay, several questions now. Let's see here. Okay, this is from Arthur Sang. So the first question is, will CPUC need to regulate Uber and Lyft to electrify the highest mileage vehicles, referring to slides showing 46% of vehicles can electrify 90% of miles? So this is a question about it's directed towards what CPUC will need to do. Joshua and Gloria, feel free to respond in terms of what CARB's intent was with the regulation you have established, and I'll just acknowledge obviously that the Commission's regulatory framework is very much at the beginning stages, and lots of questions still to be determined.
Sure. Yeah. So under the Air Resources Board regulation, our intent is to put the targets on the TNC companies for electrification, but we do not want to manage how they meet those targets. We want to make sure that TNC companies have flexibility to enable drivers to electrify and to do it in a way that is effective for their varying driver needs or the company fleet services. So we did not set it up where we dictate specific types of drivers, annual mileage, vehicle combinations will be regulated. But in our analysis, we did assess, when we looked at the varying amounts of mileage for different vehicles, we did assess that it would be easier to meet the electrification targets if the high mileage vehicles were electrified earlier. But it's up to the TNC companies and the drivers in their services to identify the right combinations to meet the targets.
Great. Okay, thanks, Joshua. Second question from Arthur. You've both spoken about the relative nature of the reductions relative to passenger miles traveled. Arthur asks, why not include period 1 and 2 miles that are attributable to driving for TNCs?
Yeah, Gloria, you want to take that one relative to the GHG target?
Sure. So I just want to clarify first that for the electrification targets, we're only using period 3 miles. However, for the GHG target, we're using all miles, including periods 1, 2, and 3. I don't know if that would help. That helps clarify things. But yeah, for the GHG target, we definitely want to take into account the deadheading miles or miles without passengers, and this is where higher occupancy and reduction of deadhead miles can really help the TNCs lower their GHG per passenger mile traveled.
Great. Okay. And last question I see here so far, are the optional credits given when a TNC announces investment or when the project is closed out? I think they're referring to the bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure investments. And Arthur asked, states it can be a while before construction is complete.
Yes, the intent is to ensure the projects are solid enough, but I would have to have Gloria kind of respond to specifics to how we wrote it into the regulation.
Yeah, the regulation, I believe, states that the projects, so I first want to note that for the bike and sidewalk infrastructure credit, the TNCs can earn that credit for the years during which the project, for the length of the project life. So if the project life is determined to be 10 years by the Regional Transportation Plan, the TNC can earn a portion of that credit for 10 years. That's provided in the regulation. And as far as when they can begin earning those credits, I believe we established that it's when the investment has been made and it's been shown to the agencies that the public agency conducting the infrastructure improvement or build out has received those funds. So we need some sort of confirmation that the investment has been made.
Right. And I'll add to Arthur to respond to your questions. I think several of them are getting into the realm of implementation, which is the role of the commission to start establishing the framework on that side. So some of your questions are, I think, still open questions in the context of the commission's proceeding. Great. Okay. Any other questions? Okay. Let's see here. It looks like not a question, but a note from Matt Doss about an upcoming event that others may be interested in, Global Principles for Congestion Mitigation. Any other questions? Okay. All right, great. Well, Gloria and Joshua, thank you for your presentation, for your time and answering all those questions. Maybe Steph, if you could just for a second put up the final slide with their contact information in case folks have additional questions over time to reach out to them. There we go. cleancars@arb.ca.gov. All right. Now we're running a little early on our agenda, but I'd like to keep us moving forward. I believe that our 4 panelists for our next session are on the call. So we will get started with our funding and financing expert panel. The purpose of this session is to facilitate a baseline of common understanding of existing and potential funding and financing programs that can support zero emission vehicle purchase or ZEV purchase and use in the context of ride hailing services. In September of 2020, Governor Newsom issued an executive order requiring sales of all new passenger vehicles to be zero emission by 2035. Additionally, in its May 2021 resolution, the Air Resources Board directed its executive officer to work with the CPUC to establish a resource for drivers impacted by the regulation. And there are a number of new and existing incentive programs to support California's transition to a zero emissions fleet. Existing and new resources could help drivers learn about incentive programs available for the purchase and use of ZEVs for TNC services. In comments to the Commission's CMS order instituting rulemaking, parties also raised the idea of creating a TNC driver assistance fund, leveraging the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund, which is cap and trade monies, and other ideas. Lastly, we're aware of a potential November 2022 ballot initiative regarding options to levy new tax revenue for investments in charging infrastructure and vehicle electrification and greenhouse gas reduction. So we've invited a panel of experts today to discuss these and other funding and financing opportunities to support the implementation of the Clean Miles Standard and the ongoing effort to electrify the transportation fleet in California. So I want to welcome our 4 panelists this morning. Please feel free to turn your videos on. Among them are Raquel Leon from CARB. She's an air pollution specialist who leads CARB's Clean Vehicle Rebate Project and their long-term plan for light-duty ZEV purchase incentive programs. We have Shraya Shotkar from the California Workforce Development Board, the Interagency Policy Specialist for Equity, Climate, and Jobs. We have Ellen Jen from UC Davis, a research professor and Assistant Director of the Energy Futures Research Center, and Audrey Newman from the Commission's Energy Division, a Senior Transportation Electrification Analyst. Good morning. Let me double check that we're all here. Hi, Alan. I see you. We go. And Shreyas, Raquel, and Audrey. Great. Good morning. So thank you all for participating today. We appreciate your time and expertise. We'll start with a facilitated discussion and can also incorporate audience questions. So please feel free to add them to the chat. Panelists, I'll try to direct questions to one or two of you, but please feel free to build on each other's responses as the conversation unfolds. So let's get started. So this first question, I think, is mostly directed to Shreyas from the Workforce Development Board. So we'll be hearing directly from drivers and their representatives in our next session, but to ground this panel discussion, could you provide an overview of the driver perspective as we look to begin implementing the Clean Mile Standard? And particularly for low and moderate income TNC drivers, who are you hearing from and what are their needs?
Yeah, thank you for the invitation to be on the panel, and I'm happy to share a little bit of what we've heard from driver organizations throughout California. And what we've heard, I would say, breaks down into sort of two categories. One is sort of concerns, issues with zero emission vehicles. The second being with the policy and probably more squarely concerns around the implementation of the policy with respect to how the transportation network companies, how this would play out from their perspective. So in the first category around the vehicles themselves, and that extends to the charging infrastructure, these are not sort of uncommon concerns. These things like range anxiety are common issues that come up around adoption of zero emission vehicles across the board. One of the issues, some of the issues that are specific to this population of drivers is, and I would say probably TNC drivers, not just the low to moderate income drivers, but really all TNC drivers, is kind of three points I'll hit on. First is due to the amount of wear and tear on these vehicles from the extensive use of these vehicles. There's a concern about the resilience of the powertrain, about the batteries specifically, because these folks are going several thousand miles per month, so a much more intensive usage than sort of a typical consumer driver in California. And will the cars last? Will they sort of stand up to that kind of wear and tear over time? If they need to resell it, what kind of resale value or how much loss in resale value is incurred from that kind of intensive usage? These are some of the concerns. And in that, we've heard a little bit about some preference or sort of more favorable experiences with certain ZEVs than others, but rather than getting into specific makes and models, I'll leave that if there are questions about that. But second, again, we know this from consumers across the board, that charging time, it's not just that, folks I think are getting messages from the TNCs about, saving in fuel from switching to fuel costs from switching to zero emission vehicles, but the charging time and the availability of chargers is still a concern. It takes a significant amount of time to charge up, time that is unpaid for drivers. And I think what also kind of comes out from this issue is sort of the state's focus to date on battery, charging infrastructure for battery electric vehicles versus fuel cell electric vehicles that have a significantly lower amount of time needed to refuel. And this is a thing that we see in, say, the warehouse industry, where folks are adopting fuel cell electric forklifts more than battery electric because the time to refuel is so much better, so much shorter and better. And then third, we heard a little bit of talk from folks earlier this morning about a concern around not just the tailpipe emissions, but vehicle miles traveled and sort of the encouragement to pool rides, which is great. One of the concerns we heard, though, is that there are many more options in the smaller segments of vehicles and cars, whereas, it's still somewhat limited when we talk about, minivans and SUVs that'll be needed to transport a larger number of riders. And then switching very quickly to concerns around the policy and the companies, the drivers have experienced a lot of sort of campaigns from the companies that have left them sort of weary and skeptical of sort of new incentive programs or financing schemes that might be developed by the TNCs. And again, if there are questions, I can go into explain a little bit of some examples of that. But offering of any kind of incentive or financing programs from the companies, I think, would be looked at skeptically by the drivers. Another concern is that given that the responsibility is going to be on the drivers who already have the responsibility for the vehicles in this kind of industry, or this segment of the industry, there's a concern that some drivers, particularly those who are sort of doing this professionally, who do a lot of the miles, they will have an easier time making the switch to zero emission vehicles. And those who are doing it to supplement their income or who just have a harder time making that transition might get booted from the platform. And so these are a couple of concerns, and we can talk about sort of the flip side of that, some ideas of ways to address those concerns, maybe in the next question. So I'll leave it there, and of course, happy to answer any questions about what I had gone over.
Thanks, Reyes. Just one follow-up question for you, from me. Could you describe kind of the ways in which the Workforce Development Board is engaging with the drivers? What forums are you engaged in to hear these perspectives?
Yeah, it's been limited, to be honest, to date. Really, this is, we have an MOU with the Public Utilities Commission, working together on a range of issues, helping to address issues of job quality and job access throughout the various industries that the PUC regulates and the programs that it oversees. And so, this was really sort of an initial effort to hear from driver organizations last fall and help connect those organizations directly to PUC staff who are working on the Clean Miles standard, so that folks can hear directly from drivers who have the best experience, of course, in knowing what their concerns are, and even some ideas around how to address some of the challenges that we're seeing with SEVs.
Great, thank you. Did anyone else have a follow-up on Shreya's initial comments? All right. So my next question is mostly directed to Raquel, but I think Audrey might have something to contribute as well. We're interested in understanding what incentive programs are currently available, and what incentive programs might be in the works. As you know, our agencies are jointly tasked with developing a resource for pointing drivers to these programs. And a reminder that we're also especially interested in the low and moderate income drivers, which some have mentioned is a very large percentage of the drivers, as well as the focus on electric vehicle purchase and use. We're of course also interested in understanding the landscape on the charging infrastructure programs, funding programs as well, that perhaps Audrey could contribute to after Raquel, you respond to that initial question.
Yes. So currently at CARB, we do offer a suite of electric vehicle purchase incentive programs with a focus on increased incentives for those low and moderate income individuals. Additionally, some of these programs do include incentives for charging equipment, charging cards that can be used at public chargers, and financing options, as well as increased incentives if you scrap an older car. One of these programs is the Clean Vehicle Rebate Project, or CVRP, which is a statewide program that offers a rebate on the purchase or lease of a new battery electric, plug-in hybrid electric, or fuel cell electric vehicle. CVRP does offer a standard rebate amount ranging from $1,000 to $4,500 based on the vehicle type purchased, as well as an additional $2,500 rebate for applicants with a household income of 400% or less of the federal poverty level. So some examples of an applicant that may qualify for that increased rebate amount is, say, a family of 4 that makes $106,000 or less annually, or a household size of 2 that makes less than $70,000 a year. So this program is currently open and accepting applications, and I can provide the link to the program website in the chat shortly. But that website contains all of the information that folks need for the program, including eligibility requirements, as well as a list of vehicles that are eligible for rebates. Second, we also offer a statewide financing assistance program, which is called the Clean Vehicle Assistance Program. This program is focused on California car shoppers with incomes, again, at or below 400% of the federal poverty level. And the statewide financing assistance program offers access to low interest rate clean vehicle purchase loans to lower income car shoppers who might not otherwise qualify for a loan or a low interest rate elsewhere. So additionally, the program offers vehicle price buy down grants that can be used at the point of purchase for up to $5,000 on a new or used hybrid, plug-in hybrid, battery electric, and fuel cell electric vehicle. The grant amount is based on the applicant's income and the type of vehicle they purchase. And also for participants that do purchase or lease a plug-in vehicle, they can choose between a grant for a level 2 charger installed in their home or a $1,000 prepaid charging card valid at select public chargers, plus a low-speed portable charger. Unfortunately, this program is currently closed, but staff are working to get it reopened in the coming months so that it's available for drivers to use. And third, the third program that is offered by CARB is called Clean Cars for All, or CC4A. This program helps lower income California residents replace old polluting cars with cleaner, more fuel efficient vehicles. The program is currently limited to vehicle owners residing in participating air districts and those who meet income and vehicle requirements. At this time, the participating air districts include South Coast Air Quality Management District, San Joaquin Valley Air Pollution Control District, Bay Area Air Quality Management District, Sacramento Metropolitan Air Quality Management District, and most recently, the San Diego Air Pollution Control District. Staff are working to make this program statewide in the near future, but a majority of Californians do live in the jurisdiction of one of these participating air districts. Similar to the statewide financing assistance program, participants must have a household income of 400% or less of the federal poverty level. And eligible participants can receive up to $9,500 towards the purchase of a new or used conventional hybrid, plug-in hybrid, battery electric, or fuel cell electric vehicle. Again, the highest incentive amounts under this program are for participants with the lowest income, living in disadvantaged communities, and that choose the cleanest vehicle technology. Again, with this program, buyers of plug-in vehicles are also eligible for home charger incentives or prepaid charge cards if a home charger installation is not an option. At the moment, the CC4A programs that are offered in South Coast, San Joaquin Valley, and the Bay Area air districts are all open. Sacramento Metropolitan's program is currently closed, and the program in San Diego is in the very early development stage, but we do hope to have both of those programs open in the coming months. So while that was a lot of information on the various incentives that CARB does offer, we do have a great resource, CARB's Drive Clean website, which has information on electric vehicle technology, charging, and available incentives. Additionally, the CVRP website does contain a savings calculator that allows someone to input their zip code, income range, whether they're looking for a new or used EV, whether they have a vehicle to scrap, and even their electric utility. And then it provides information on all of the available incentives that person may be eligible for. So again, I'll share those links shortly in the chat for those who are interested to learn more.
Thank you, Raquel. Audrey, did you want to add to that?
Sure. Yeah, I think on the vehicle side, the utilities are not as involved as CARB. CARB really leads on the vehicle incentive component here. But I did want to mention that, the utilities are involved with the California Clean Fuel Reward, which is also an incentive that is off the purchase price. I apologize if I missed your mention of that. And then, so I believe that is currently around $750 off of the purchase price when you're at the dealership. And then additionally, we are working with the utilities on proposals for a secondhand vehicle rebate. This is funded with low carbon fuel standard credit revenue. PG&E is starting to work on standing up their secondhand vehicle rebate program right now. And we are currently reviewing proposals from SCE and SDG&E for a very similar program. So stay tuned for that, but we will definitely be working with our partners at CARB to make sure that all this information is collected in an easily accessible place. But I also wanted to touch on the infrastructure component. Really from the IOU perspective and the CPUC perspective, largely we're focused on the infrastructure side of ZEB incentives. And we kind of break this up into two components, the first being the utility side of the meter. So this is the distribution system, service lines, all of the necessary infrastructure that the utility owns to support installation of EV charging. This is a little less visible to the average person, when we're just plugging our cars in or we're looking at charging stations, but it's an expensive and a very critical component of ensuring that our grid can support these chargers. So for support of that, the utilities are working on standing up what we are calling the EV infrastructure rules. And this is an overhaul from how we used to support utility side investments, and just that anybody who's installing EV charging that is separately metered will have much more of the utility side costs covered by utility ratepayers rather than having to pay for it themselves. And then on the customer side of the meters, this is everything on the customer's property. We do have a number of incentives for light duty vehicles, additionally for medium and heavy duty vehicles too, but a little less relevant to this conversation. So the IOUs have programs to support EV charging via rebates or utility owned infrastructure at apartment buildings, workplaces, and then some public locations. SCE's Charge Ready 2, San Diego Gas and Electric's Power Your Drive 2, as well as the proposed program from PG&E for their EV Charge 2, are all focused on installation at these locations and are expansions of pilots that they've actually been implementing since 2016. So already quite a bit of infrastructure has been installed in these locations. Additionally, PG&E's EV Fast Charge program, as well as a couple small pilots from SC and SDG&E, have installed DC fast charging for public use. And then 4 of the IOUs also have programs to support charging at schools and public parks. This is pursuant to AB 1082 and 1083. And then there are a few additional programs that are targeted towards home charging. So PG&E's Empower EV in particular focuses on panel upgrades and level 2 charging at individuals' homes, with a focus on low and moderate income customers. And then there's an LCFS funded program that PG&E implements and a proposal from SCE as well to fund residential charging. And then there's also a past pilot in SCE's territory that provided panel upgrades and charging. We may also additionally see some proposals for additional panel upgrade and level 2 charging programs, which the CPUC authorized through a decision last year, what we're referring to as our near-term priorities decision. But I also wanted to just touch on kind of what happens beyond these programs. We actually just released a CPUC staff proposal at the end of February, so a little over a week ago, that proposed a change to our approach to TE funding that would start in 2025. The proposal outlined Energy Division staff's recommendations for implementing a funding cycle approach to utility EV infrastructure investments. And in particular, it would propose a rebate program that focuses heavily on medium and heavy duty infrastructure, but also quite a bit of focus on charging for residents of multi-unit dwellings, which would run from 2025 to 2029. And then additionally sets up some periods to reevaluate the need for and scale of utility investment on the customer side of the meter. This would provide a lot of needed infrastructure incentives to residents of apartment buildings, including TNC drivers, and would support the build out of additional public charging infrastructure, which TNC drivers would, of course, also be able to access. And then additionally, this is all the utility incentives available. As Raquel mentioned, there are additional incentives that are available through CARB programs. The CCAs also offer additional vehicle incentives, and then the regional air districts, again, as Raquel was mentioning, also do offer additional incentives. So there's quite a bit out there. There are a few resources that I can try to pop in the chat, but there's quite a bit going on, especially targeted towards the multi-unit dwelling customer segment.
Great, thanks for all that information, Audrey. I have a couple follow-ups. One is very simple. One is just, can you describe for everyone what is an IOU who doesn't know what that is?
Yes, I'm sorry. I'm speaking in lingo and I shouldn't. IOU is an investor-owned utility. So that's like within California, the three large ones are PG&E, San Diego Gas and Electric, and Southern California Edison. So those are the main electric utilities that the CPUC regulates.
Great. Thank you for clarifying that. And then I've got a question that came in through the chat that I can help respond to as well. Essentially, the question is regarding electric charging or charging support for drivers. Does CPUC regulate or monitor the actual use of electricity used for TNC services? And I'll add, at least from our side, our team collects an annual report from TNCs every year with a lot of detailed information. That report doesn't collect precisely whether the vehicle is electric or zero emission or not, but it does collect make, model, and year. So that's information we can infer about the makeup of the fleet. But from the transportation electrification team perspective, is there any additional monitoring of use by ride hailing or other passenger services?
Not anything specific to ride hailing or TNCs. For the chargers that the utilities own or have subsidized, we often collect some usage data just so we can understand load patterns, when people are charging at different points in the day, so that we can understand the impacts on the grid, and a bit about driving patterns. But we don't actually regulate the sale of electricity from charging stations. So we're not dictating the price or anything else of how the fuel is dispensed to customers, if that by a third party.
Great. Okay, and then this may be for you, Audrey or Raquel, just generally a question about resources for actual home device installation support. Are there any programs that help with that? Charging infrastructure installation at home?
PG&E had been working on a home installation resource. So let me track that down and put that in the chat. I think each of the utilities have some resources on their website about installing charging at home. And again, there are a couple programs. In particular, PG&E is working to stand up their Empower EV program. And there are some other pilots that are coming online, but I don't know that we have really one place for that. There is the Access Clean California site, which is something that CARB has funded as a resource for low and moderate income customers to sort of figure out a lot of different clean energy resources, but I'm not quite sure if they have a lot of resources directly on installing at home, but I will check on that.
Great. Raquel, anything to add there?
Yeah, I'll just add the Drive Clean website that I put in the chat does have at least some general information on charging and the various types of chargers available. So that's a great resource in addition to the utility resources that are already out there. So yeah, that's.
Okay, thank you both. So let me move on to my next kind of line of questioning here. Oh yeah, Ellen, go ahead.
Yeah, actually, could I maybe comment a little bit about
Yeah.
some of the academic perspective and learnings about incentives? I think this is a really nice overview of a lot of what's available for buyers of EVs, and I think that's one of the biggest challenges, particularly for lower moderate income folks who are interested in purchasing them. And so I wanted to talk about some things I think that we've learned through a variety of studies looking at these incentives. So the first, actually, one of the really big ones, which is out of the control of folks in California, but the federal tax credit incentive, you're able to get on the order of $7,500, when you purchase an electric vehicle. And so this is actually one of the largest incentives available for new EV purchasers, but it is based off of your income, and you actually need to have a tax liability that large in order to be able to claim that. And so it's inherently sort of regressive in nature. It can be harder for lower income earners to be able to receive that full credit. And so that part is actually going to be changing a little bit if the new infrastructure bill gets passed. And one of the other important aspects of that is this movement, both on the federal side and in California, to try and push incentives to be on the hood. So if I purchase an electric vehicle today and I try to claim this tax credit, I'm not going to get it until I file for taxes. So that could be, a year away, a couple months away. And actually studies have found that if you provide the incentive at the point of purchase for the same amount of money, you could see up to double the efficacy. So you could see the same effect with essentially offering half the incentive amount, or essentially see an effect what would be equivalent to having double the incentive. And while there's a lot of movement towards that type of program, I think there's something fundamentally difficult about doing that when you are thinking about incorporating this across different income segments. Traditionally, the big barriers for this is income verification, and that oftentimes prevents you from being able to do sort of on the hood program. So I think that's something, a sort of disconnect to think about as we proceed towards possibly implementing new incentives. There was a mention of the Clean Cars for All program. I believe this is the same thing as the sort of Replace Your Ride program. Essentially, you have a trade-in for your vehicles. And so actually there have been a couple studies looking specifically at this, which have actually indicated that there's a pretty good increase in adoption of electric vehicles. And so it'll be really good to see an alignment between where a lot of the TNC activity is happening and the availability of this program. I think it was mentioned that they're trying to expand it to all of California, and I think that in itself will be a big benefit for the lower and moderate income populations who will be able to take advantage of this. The other sorts of things that I wanted to touch on. So LCFS distributions, I think, are a particularly interesting topic for TNCs. So LCFS traditionally is a sort of volumetric credit-based program, right? So the more that you do, the more essentially credits that you should earn. And so when we think about TNC drivers who are essentially employing the electric vehicles to a much higher travel intensity than your average electric vehicle driver, in theory, they should be earning a lot more credits through the LCFS program, but that's not currently the way that it's structured. And so I think there's an opportunity here where if you can demonstrably show, higher travel intensity, that that perhaps there can be some kind of avenue made through LCFS to further incentivize that. And then the last thing that I'll mention is, we've been kind of talking through a whole sort of slew of these different incentive programs. And even as an electric vehicle researcher, it can be hard to keep track of all these different ways that you can get, money back for buying a car or for installing a charger. And as confusing as it is for me, I imagine that for new vehicle buyers, that can be very hard to navigate as well. And there's actually a lot of studies now kind of talking about the importance of knowledge of the incentives, awareness of the incentives, and how they can play a role in boosting the efficiency of what the incentives are setting out to do. And so I think that that's going to be a really important aspect of allowing TNC drivers to take advantage of the incentives, some way to really make sure that they're getting all the knowledge that they need. Yeah, and then actually this kind of relates to something that I was maybe wondering a little bit about, to the extent that some of these might be getting offered from government programs, and maybe some of these incentives might be coming from the TNCs. I was actually really interested in hearing, Shraya, that you mentioned that there's some skepticism about incentives being offered or any programs being offered by the TNCs themselves. Yeah, I hadn't heard that before, and so I would love to maybe hear your thoughts or expand on that a little bit.
Should I jump in, Tara, or do you want to hold that for later?
No, please go ahead.
Yeah, well, in the conversations that we had with some driver organizations, there were two examples that came up that I think illustrate that skepticism and concern. So one is, we heard from some drivers that in certain locations, I believe, riders can pay a premium for an electric vehicle ride, a ride in an EV or a ZEV, right? So there's a premium that a rider pays. The drivers are indicating they do not see any of that premium. So sort of what's in it for them? And if that's going to continue, there again is going to be a cost associated with adopting EVs to sort of play in that system, but then you don't realize any of the sort of gains. So that's one example. The other is with Proposition 22 being adopted, that nullified sort of the employment status as employees for TNC drivers. One of the provisions of that was that drivers would get healthcare coverage, insurance coverage, and what we have heard from drivers is that the devil's in the details, and most drivers aren't, I think, driving at they aren't putting in the miles or the time required to actually be eligible for that health insurance. And so it was sort of a, look at what we're going to do for the drivers. This is in their to their advantage and benefit. But in reality, in practice, that has not come to fruition. So those are two examples that we heard that kind of, again, sort of indicate that, there's not a lot of confidence that some sort of financing or incentive scheme from the TNCs would actually be in the driver's best interest.
Great, thank you both. And I'll just note that immediately following this session, we'll have a series of presentations from drivers' perspectives that will likely build on that. And then following lunch, we'll have a breakout group discussion on the issues surrounding drivers, and the TNCs themselves will have an opportunity to provide their perspective at that time too. So Alan, I think you kind of you predicted my next line of questioning anyway. So you did get into a lot of the lessons learned from existing incentive and funding programs. One thing that maybe I didn't hear so much of, and wondering if you have thoughts on, is any lessons learned from existing funding programs around their ability to help promote the goals of clean mobility for just individuals, low and moderate income communities around the state, and or sustainable land use through ride hailing services. We're connecting a lot of ideas here, but within SB 1014, there's a sort of requirement that the Commission help support the goals of clean mobility for a to be defined a definition, but essentially disadvantaged communities, and also to support sustainable land use. So it's a little tangential to the conversation or to the response you already provided, but any additional thoughts on that, lessons learned?
Yeah, I think all of these incentive programs are helping to that cause. I mean, essentially, any electrification that's happening is going to be promoting clean mobility. And I think one of the things that we might also think about is that to the extent where you have incentive programs that are meant to specifically reduce greenhouse gases, reduce air pollution. It currently isn't sort of set up this way, right? I think most incentives, generally you're getting sort of a flat amount that really is meant to sort of promote adoption of the technology. But when we think about the improvement of sustainability, because the travel intensity of these vehicles are a lot higher, the effective emissions reduction that they're providing is also going to be sort of proportionally higher, even compared to other people switching to electric vehicles. And to that end, if the goal is to incentivize reduction of these pollutants, then the signal isn't necessarily completely aligned in the sense that maybe they should be getting more benefits because they're effectively reducing more emissions, and so that's from a economic efficiency angle, that's one thing that we could think of in terms of structuring future incentives. The ability to do validation of an incentive of that type might be something that's too hard to overcome, but some sort of movement in that direction. Again, one thing that I would think of is like for LCFS, for example, might be an avenue to align those signals correctly.
Got it.
Just wanted to chime in maybe on the land use portion of the question. I'm certainly not a land use expert, but I think, one thing we continually hear from our parties in the electric side proceedings is the need to coordinate with local planning agencies and local communities as well. So at least for us on the charging infrastructure side, making sure that we're understanding, or that the utilities are understanding what the needs of an individual community are. This isn't easy, but I think having kind of early engagement from community groups is a good way to start that, and then making sure that there's voices at the table from the local communities throughout the process of any program, any incentive.
Okay, thanks, Audrey. So I think Alan and Shreyas, you kind of responded to this question already, or at least relatedly. One of the ideas raised in opening comments was to establish a TNC Drivers Assistance Fund. by, for example, applying a per trip or per mile fee to rides covered by the regulation. And are you aware of other examples of this type of fee? And what are the lessons learned from implementation of that fee structure?
Yeah, I can speak to this a little bit. I think fundamentally this type of program would make a lot of sense in sort of aligning the incentives with the use. So I'm not exactly sure how you would structure it for this particular use, where you might have like an amortization program, maybe something that helps to finance the vehicle through fuel savings. I think that would make a lot of sense because you know, one of the biggest benefits, right, is the lower fuel price and being able to take advantage of those savings, and you could sort of use that benefit directly to help address this issue of this higher purchase price of EVs, which is, you know, presenting a really big barrier for drivers. So I guess what I would say for the concept of this per mile fee, I mean, that's a pretty hot topic these days as it relates to other sort of programs. So I would say there definitely is a lot of precedence for this in a lot of states and actually even at the federal level too. But there are a lot of fundamental difficulties in being able to implement a type of fee structure that's based off of per mile travel. I think a lot of programs that exist right now have this difficulty of actually being able to track those miles. And that's actually where, from a T&C perspective, it actually gets easier because you get around a lot of those fundamental challenges because they're able to track the miles that are happening on the services. And so I think a coupling of a per trip or per mile fee in this particular application makes a lot of sense and may be a lot easier to implement.
And I'll just chime in that I think the concept makes a lot of sense, in terms of per mile sort of fee to capitalize a program and a fund that I think the PUC or perhaps another agency should be overseeing rather than the companies. And in terms of sort of precedent, I was just looking very quickly at the TNC Access for All program that the PUC operates. That could be a model. That one is trying to address issues of accessibility for folks with physical disabilities, and making sure that TNC rides are accessible to them. Seems like something similar could be set up here for the drivers. And one thing that I think is worth putting on the table, at least at an early stage, is who's paying that per mile fee. I mean, riders are obviously an obvious one, but perhaps the companies as well, ought to be investing in such a program. And, that starts to touch on, I think, one of the bigger sort of issues, and I know that we'll get to this in maybe a second, but some of the sort of, bigger changes that need to happen, or sort of, blue sky ideas of what could improve the situation as we make the transition to ZEBs for drivers, is really addressing the employment status. And I know that this is obviously a big contentious issue that's gone to the voters, but I think until that's more fully resolved, issues of employment status, a lot of these are sort of just band-aids on addressing this issue of low and moderate income drivers, which I think are the majority of folks on, working on these platforms. And so, there's things in between those two, but I think, again, employment status is kind of a big one that is sort of the elephant in the room to really figure out how we can address, because I think that's how we're going to get to a more efficient industry. When the companies are are forced to see the vehicles as their assets to maintain and pay for, then I think we'll see much more efficiency in how they're, I mean, who can pay for them and how they're even utilized. But of course, there's other things too. So I'll save some other other ideas for later on in the conversation.
Okay, thanks, Reyes. And I understand Commissioner Monahan would actually like to address some of these points as well. Commissioner, are you there? Thanks.
I am. Thanks, Tara. Thanks for letting me pop on. And I've really enjoyed this conversation. And as it was progressing, I was realizing, oh, it would be good to have actually Energy Commission staff on this panel. So I'm going to channel them. I hope I get it accurate because, you know, we've been doing a lot of analysis. I mentioned that we have a specific solicitation targeted at transportation network companies. And we have over $300 million allocated right now for light duty charging. And the governor is proposing a big increase in monies for charging that could support transportation network companies. So the governor is proposing $300 million targeted to individual households, low income households, to be able to install EV charging, as well as $600 million primarily for DC fast charging to ensure there is a network across the state. And, you know, we're in our AB 2127 report, which we have to publish every 2 years on the charging needs for reaching California's 2030 goals. And I think, Alan, just data may have come from you, I'm not quite sure, but, you know, we found that that ZEBs serving in TNC fleets represent less than 0.5% of all ZEBs in California, but they accounted for 35% of non-Tesla public charging on an energy basis, 35%. So it shows that these TNC drivers are the ones really accessing and using our public infrastructure. And as Chair Hochschild likes to say, you know, we have an opportunity for EVs to run on sunshine, right? If these are plugging in the middle of the day, that's when a lot of these TNC drivers are driving around. You know, we can have a win for the grid in terms of we're curtailing less energy, and we can have a win for the environment, and we could have a win for the TNC drivers if we price the electricity right. So all these opportunities, I think, are things that we really want to capitalize on and think about as we build out zero emission vehicle infrastructure. So hopeful that the folks listening into this workshop actually will help weigh in on the governor's proposed budget. We want to make sure that there are smart strategic investments to help California meet its goals for climate and clean energy and help electrify transportation network companies. Alan, did I get it right? Was that you that did that?
Yeah, yeah. Actually,
Alan.
That's right. And yeah, we actually helped with some of the modeling for AB 2127. UC Davis actually was responsible for, you know, the portion looking at TNC infrastructure specifically, and I guess I'll just mention, yeah, you know, they do use a very large amount of energy, and the sort of proportional deployments of infrastructure over the next decade that will be needed to help meet the electricity demand coming from all these vehicles driving on the TNC platform is going to be really big. And I think one of the things that I'll just quickly mention is that there's going to be, there's a lot of uncertainty as to the need of that as it relates to the availability of overnight charging for a lot of these drivers. That was one thing that we just don't really have a good deal of data on. And I think the extent to which public infrastructure support is needed for TNC EVs is really, really going to depend on the amount and access of home charging. And so you could see yeah, a sort of disproportionately large amount of deployment needed if they don't have a lot of access, and maybe sort of a more sort of minimal expansion if they do.
So I'll pop off now, but I just want to say I put in the chat the notice of proposed awards for all the the TNC related investments that we're making. And you can see there's a wide number of them, and we weren't able to fund everything that we wanted to fund.
Great.
Thanks, Tara.
Commissioner Monahan. Yeah, no problem. We're looking forward to working more with CEC staff throughout this as well. So for the panel, one kind of switching gears here a little bit, one of the additional ideas raised in comments we've received so far relates to leveraging the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund, or GGRF monies generated by California's cap and trade program, specifically to support the low and moderate income drivers. And this is, related to everything we've been talking about. But just for everyone's kind of education, what is GGRF and how might something like that work?
I'll take this one here. So the cap and trade program sets a statewide limit on sources responsible for about 85% of California's greenhouse gas emissions. And it establishes a price signal needed to drive that long-term investment in cleaner fuels and more efficient use of energy. So the state's portion of the cap and trade auction proceeds are deposited into the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund, or GGRF, where those investments support programs and projects that reduce greenhouse gas emissions in the state, and also deliver major economic, environmental, and public health benefits for Californians, especially those in disadvantaged communities. So through GGRF, the state has invested in a wide range of benefits, including increased affordable housing opportunities, improved mobility options through transit, walking, and biking, as well as cleaner air through zero emission vehicles, job creation, energy and water savings, and greener, more vibrant communities overall. And so in fact, the programs that I did mention earlier, CVRP, CC4A, and financing assistance have all been funded through GGRF. And we do hope to utilize future GGRF monies to continue funding vehicle purchase incentives that are focused on low and moderate income Californians. And so this process happens annually through the annual budget process, and starts with the governor's proposed budget in January and works through until we have a final budget in June. And so every year, CARB does hold a public process to discuss those allocations for our vehicle purchase incentive programs, and looks for input on how we can better shape the programs that we have to make sure that we're meeting everyone's needs, especially those lower and moderate income consumers.
Great, thank you. So let's see. This question is a little bit disjointed given some of the stuff that we talked about earlier, but maybe Alan, this is for you. We're interested in understanding more if you can explain the ways in which TNC's own investments in zero emission vehicle purchase, use, or charging, I guess that's mostly what we just heard about from Commissioner Monahan, could show up in consumer prices or drivers' wages or elsewhere. Is there anything we actually know from the academic research on how those costs, where those costs are showing up?
Yeah, well, to be honest, I'm not aware of any studies that look at this directly, but I think to any extent that essentially TNCs are investing in this transition, those costs can show up as passed on to consumers in a variety of ways, probably the most likely through increased fare prices. And, to some extent, this is justified, right? I mean, you're talking about a company that has to follow new regulations, and as a business, you have to be able to stay afloat. I think you can avoid this, right, through some subsidization, from the government, but that essentially means you're sort of passing those costs on to society more broadly, and so I think to some extent, all these cost increases are maybe inevitable in order to support a transition to this program. But I do think that there are, some opportunities that could be like a win-win, and so it's not entirely clear, maybe where this direction it is pointing right now. Maybe more research is needed. But for example, You know, a company could have a win-win if you install charging infrastructure, right? You are helping, so that is a cost to meet some of this transition, but you're also able to raise additional revenue that's helping to offset some of those costs. You're able to claim some of the incentives and credits related to, for example, deployment of charging infrastructure. And I think the more that we can look to those kind of opportunities where you essentially have these win-wins, I think the less that we'll see a lot of these costs being passed on to consumers, you know, whether it be through increased fare prices or some other manner.
Okay, thank you, Alan. So I have one more question that anybody could answer before we move into the next session of presentations from drivers. And I think most of them are on the line now. But before we move into that, you know, today we've heard a lot of funding options, creative ideas, and efforts underway to make the transition to a zero emission vehicle purchase or use for TNC drivers more affordable. Again, especially for those low and moderate income individuals in California. But this is still a significant challenge to be addressed in the context of the Clean Miles Standard. So thinking blue sky, what ideas do you have that would, in the words of SB 1014, ensure minimal negative impact on low income and moderate income drivers?
I can kind of chime in here just a bit. You know, I think this is a complicated question. There's no silver bullet to equity, and if there was, we would have done it. So, you know, I think this is a complicated question, but you know, I think in addition to considering financial incentives for low income and low and moderate income drivers, you know, we need to be cognizant of, as I mentioned earlier, this coordination and outreach effort that can help us address equity. You know, there's the financial component that we've spent a lot of time talking about, but the financial component doesn't work as effectively if drivers are not aware of those incentives. So, and if they don't feel like those are tailored to their needs. So on the coordination piece, you know, to the extent we can leverage tools like the CPUC's ESG Action Plan, which provides guidance on ensuring community groups have a seat at the table and meaningful input that is listened to. I think that's really essential. And on the outreach component, you know, there's often a need to provide targeted outreach to let low-income customers know about incentives and opportunities. And partnerships with community groups can be very important in this outreach as well, since all of us like to hear information from trusted groups. But you know, I think my hope is that we can continue leveraging all these tools together to address equity, the financial, the coordination, and the outreach to really help improve that equity.
I'll jump in and you know, in addition to, I think again, bringing up sort of an elephant in the room around sort of employment status, it's a big issue that I don't think we're going to address through the Clean Miles Standard program per se, but it is one that really needs to be looked at more closely, because I think this is sort of a larger issue of how the industry operates, that again, sort of one policy or program is not going to solve. But I think it's important to raise that in this forum nonetheless. You know, from some of the things that we heard, you know, some more targeted kinds of programming might be useful. And I think these are things that have come up at probably Air Resources Board, you know, workshops and hearings over the years. But things like, you know, extended warranties for batteries, or you know, more investment in battery swapping programs is something that we had heard about from drivers specifically, that they have heard a little bit about this, but it doesn't seem to be sort of readily available, and probably certainly not like throughout the state. I'm sure it's sort of uneven in terms of where even in California that would be even available. but battery swapping being sort of an alternative to having to charge your own battery to repower. So those are some ideas that we had heard from drivers groups about. But shifting gears to addressing an issue that I think is specific to this population, but for ZEBs across the board, is actually setting higher standards on ZEBs sold in California. And I think perhaps we start with our incentive programs. And I think this was something that was done a couple of years ago where we're essentially setting a fuel economy standard for the hybrids that actually qualify for the various incentives offered by the state in the first place. I think increasing that standard at some set interval, if that's not already state policy, is worth exploring and doing. And I think as those incentive programs, can help sort of create that market and create the demand for those vehicles that go further on a charge, adopting those into our clean cars policy of these are the standards that you need to meet to sell vehicles in the state of California is I think the next move. To do this through incentives is one thing, but once the technology is sort of market ready and more commercially available, that needs to be, I think, just sort of part of our always continually improving our clean cars policy here in the state of California, but never to rest on sort of the leadership that we've exercised, but always kind of pushing that envelope. And again, I think that'll help address this, throughout across the board as we're trying to move towards all zero emission vehicles in California.
Great. And I see Commissioner Rex Schaaf, and you have a hand raised. Do you want to build on that point or add something?
Well, I was going to ask another question. Can you just, but if I could take a second, Tara, if you can let me ask two questions.
Yeah, we've got time.
Shraya, just can you elaborate on what you mean by the higher incentives for higher standards? What would the higher standards be?
Well, I think, basically that you could do it in, of course, different ways. You could have a greater incentive amount offered to folks who are purchasing an EV that gets, better fuel economy, basically. So I would use the fuel economy standard as sort of, we need to raise that, and rather than getting into sort of this range issue. And I think it's a little bit more complicated to say that, if you go, rather than sort of like tiering it, I would just say that, to qualify for the incentive program, the vehicle needs to meet, this fuel economy standard. And I believe we've done this over time, Commissioner, where the legislature has set actually a fuel economy standard for what vehicles qualify and are eligible for the CBRP rebate, for instance. But I don't know that has been increased since then, and I think that was at least a couple of years ago. So hopefully that answers your question.
Just to jump in, Shreyas, I believe that's how the Clean Fuel Reward, the statewide point of purchase rebate program works. So there's a higher incentive for a full battery electric vehicle, whereas plug-in hybrid, and depending on the battery capacity, would have a slightly lower incentive level.
Thanks. I wanted to make a more general comment and then ask Shreyas a follow-up question on something you said earlier. And the general comment, maybe it's so obvious it hasn't been said, but I'll say it anyway. What you're hearing from this panel is that we're devoting an unprecedented amount of money toward electrification. The Energy Commission's infrastructure programs, the PUC's infrastructure programs, are orders of magnitude beyond what we've ever done before or what any other state's doing. Likewise, CARB, CVRP, and Clean Cars for All, and other programs. And the public fisc is not unlimited. We're really going to need more money and more skin in the game from the TNCs to make this transformation equitable. And I don't know, it can come in many different forms. there's a lot of great ideas that people have talked about on this panel and otherwise, but that's sort of a reality. We've got to have private funding and private partnership to make this equitable. We just cannot rely on the public fisc, which is not unlimited. Shraya, the follow-up question I had, and you talked a little bit about this in follow-up, is you said in your survey that drivers were skeptical of financing programs offered by TNCs. And I'm wondering what else you can tell us about how we can follow up on that, or the programs can be structured in different ways beyond what you said. I know you responded to a question about this, but it's quite important and concerning that that is the reaction that you heard.
Yeah, I mean, I think, I'll just say, I think a program that's run by a state agency that already has the experience and really expertise, well developed over many years of administering, clean transportation incentive programs is a smart move. I can't think of any other specific examples or anything else that sort of adds to that comment or suggestion. And hopefully, folks on the next panel or throughout the day, you'll hear from folks who may be able to answer that more fully. But I would just say that, to me, it's not so surprising given the issues that we've heard for many years, between the companies and drivers on the platform, and the issues that they've had to go through. And so, it wasn't too surprising to me, but it does indicate that, it's something that we need to be planning for as we're thinking about programs that are sort of dedicated or customized to this population of consumers. And I think, maybe the other thing I should add is that in all the conversations that we had with drivers and driver organizations, all of them expressed interest and sort of enthusiasm to make the transition to ZEV. So I certainly don't want to characterize any of these as sort of a disagreement with the policy or awareness or reluctance to make the transition, but rather that, they want to make sure that they benefit or at least are not worse off in that transition. And so I think what you're hearing are a lot of constructive suggestions of how to move forward, and making sure that folks can still do this work. I mean, people still want to drive for TNCs and still do this work. So again, I think what you're hearing is an interest in partnership, and I think Audrey spoke about this, that the consultations and engagement directly with those organizations, like is taking place here today in this forum, is absolutely essential, and the PUC really should be applauded for that kind of outreach and engagement with the driver organizations. And not to say perhaps CARB did that too during the development of the regulations. So I'm just most familiar with the PUC's efforts over the last several months.
Thank you.
Right. Any last thoughts on this sort of blue sky idea line of questioning?
Yeah, I'll just chime in. I think another important thing would be to really increase our investment and incentive support for used EV purchases. At the moment, at least only one of CARB's vehicle purchase incentives has a used EV grant that doesn't require the individual to scrap a car. But however, that program doesn't have the level of funding to support all of the used EV purchases by lower income Californians. And then I think, secondly, really the importance of outreach to the drivers on EVs and the lower cost of ownership and the incentives that are out there. I know CVRP in the past, we've seen great success in holding EV ride and drive events that allow drivers to actually see the vehicle, test drive it, and get more information on incentives. And a lot of the times, many of the people who either weren't considering an EV before or were on the fence tend to move forward with purchasing one once they've had the opportunity to actually drive the vehicle. So I think that opens up a great opportunity for our programs to partner with ride-hailing companies to offer these types of events for their drivers, and at least at a minimum provide that outreach materials for TNC drivers.
Great. And Raquel, actually, I did want to acknowledge I got a question in the chat about this may be something you know the response to. Are there any efforts to provide weekly leasing programs by the state, as some private entities are doing?
Not that I'm aware of. I know that we do provide support for some local car sharing organizations out there. I know there was one in Sacramento, as well as some in Southern California, but I'm not aware of one that is more what's being described in the question.
Great. And Audrey, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I was just going to say, similarly, I'm not aware of any car share weekly rentals, but, there was a pilot program funded for the energy settlement. This was something the CPUC oversaw to provide charging and really create a business plan around some car sharing in the Central Valley through Green Raiteros. And this was something that we worked with, or the implementers worked with Valley Leap on. This is, of course, much smaller scale than what the TNCs are doing, but there have been some grassroots efforts on that.
Great. Thanks, Audrey. Well, I want to thank you all for the time you invested in preparing and participating in the conversation today. It's been lively and informative. I'm really looking forward to continuing to learn from and work with you throughout the development of the Clean Mile Standard at the Commission. And I think this conversation was a great segue to our next session, which will focus on low and moderate income drivers and communities. The previous session really helped set the stage for understanding funding and financing opportunities. And here we'll hear from presentations from TNC drivers and their representatives. So the purpose of this session is to develop a deeper understanding of stakeholders' perspective of the Clean Mile Standard's impacts on low and moderate income drivers and individuals, and to inform breakout group dialogue that we'll have this afternoon. So we've asked presenters who provided comments on the OIR, the Order Instituting Rulemaking, to add to those comments rather than repeating them for today's workshop. So presenters, we're moving a little bit ahead of time, so we have about 45 minutes or so for your 4 presentations. So do keep them to about 10 minutes or less, and I'll try to give you a 1-minute warning as we're getting close to that mark. After the lunch break, we'll move into smaller breakout groups and have facilitated discussion sessions on the same topic. So many of your questions may be able to get answered in that setting, but really the purpose is to advance the discussion based on what we learned from you this morning. So I want to introduce our presenters. Our first presenter is actually Dr. Chris Benner, who's the professor and director of the Institute for Social Transformation at UC Santa Cruz, who wants to sort of frame the discussion for us based on some recent research that he's conducted. And then we have Sam Appel from the Blue Green Alliance, who's their California State Manager for Climate and Labor Policy. We also have Jesus Garcia and Wendy Knight from SEIU Local 721. Jesus is a research and policy analyst, and I believe Wendy is the research and policy manager. And following that, we'll hear from Alvaro Bolañez, who's the Vice President of Rideshare Drivers United. So welcome. Thank you for being with us. Dr. Chris Benner, I'll turn it to you.
Oh, great. Thank you, Tara. And let me know if you can't hear me okay. Just thank you for the invitation to be here and to speak to the commission. I should have 2 caveats to start. One is, as you mentioned, I'm not a driver representative, but I have done some, I think, important research on the economic circumstances of TNC drivers and also delivery drivers, which is another category of platform-based driver work that's important. So that's one caveat. And the second caveat is that I have not been deep into the clean miles standard. And so what I'm really going to present today is on the economic circumstances and some of the demographics of the drivers we're talking about, which I think will then help set the scene for the other people that are on this panel. So next slide, please. So which drivers should we be worried about? And you know, it's actually really hard to get accurate data on who is doing the driving. And we hear all these different perspectives of, is it people who are doing it short-term, part-time, for a little extra income, or is it people for whom it's their primary source of work? And even though the data is incomplete, from the data that we do have, it's still really clear that a large majority of trips, hours, and earnings are accounted for by a pretty small minority, actually, of drivers for whom the work is full-time and their primary source of income. Actually, one of the best sources of data on this in particular, it doesn't have the demographics, but it has the income earnings, is from JP Morgan Chase, which actually has access to bank accounts and is able to identify transfers into the bank accounts from platform-based companies. And you can see that chart on the right from some of their data. You know, over 55% of drivers are actually only showing earnings of 1 to 3 months out of a year. And it's 12.5% of the drivers that actually have earnings over, 10 to 12 months, essentially the full year. And when they looked at the quarterly earnings, again, and this would be even a more concentrated for the full year, but in a quarter, they looked at 50% of the earnings were captured by the top 10% of drivers. Similar study was done in Seattle using some of the data from the TNC companies themselves and finding that in a typical week, the 32% of drivers who are full-time accounted for 55% of all trips. And again, if you were to look at this as annual income, the vast majority of the hours and earnings are from a small number of drivers. And so one of the challenges is a lot of the studies that have been trying to look at the demographics and economic circumstances of drivers will try and get a representative sample of drivers. But I hope it's clear that within that, you're getting a large portion of those drivers for whom they may be only doing it a week or two out of the year, or infrequently, or for a short period of time, or part-time. And so the study I wanted to present some more information on today, we did in San Francisco, which pioneered a methodology for gaining a representative sample, basically by sampling on hours worked rather than by people. And so if you can go to the next slide. What we had is some data from the San Francisco County Transportation Authority that showed both the geography and the days of the week and hours of the day where ride-hailing services were picking up customers. And so we matched our sampling methodology to match those hours of the day and days of the week and geographic locations where people are being picked up. And so in that, we're likely to get more the people who are working on a regular basis, on an ongoing basis. They'll just be disproportionately, or proportionally by the hours work represented in the sample. We were also surveying delivery drivers. And so we did that geographically in those neighborhoods where we knew there were large concentrations of restaurants and grocery stores, and sampling during peak lunch and dinner meal times. And so there's a lot of data that's on the Institute for Social Transformation website that I won't present today. But to just, if you can go to the next slide, please, some of the summary about who are the people we're talking about and their economic circumstances. Predominantly male, particularly in the TNC ride-hailing services, but also in the food delivery. In San Francisco, tremendously diverse race and ethnicities, with over 55% foreign born. We did not have questions about documentation status, but knowing the concentration of undocumented workers in the California economy, we could imagine some of those are undocumented. Median age is 40 in ride hailing, been longer than the delivery work, and working for platforms for a longer period of time, 2 years and more in some cases. And people in the ride hailing live all over the Bay Area, though working in San Francisco as their core. Next slide, please. So we had some questions about general economic circumstances, sort of independently of their earnings from ride hailing. 56% of them supported others with their earnings, so they're supporting a family, including a third of them supporting children. So not single, not college kids. These are people who are supporting families. 21% had no health insurance whatsoever, and another 30% were using some form of public or public access health insurance through Medi-Cal or Covered California. And they're really living on the edge. That's why we talk about sort of on the edge. 45% couldn't handle a $400 emergency payment without borrowing, and 15% are receiving some form of public support in food stamps, housing assistance, or other sources. Next slide, please. So about 30% of the respondents to this survey are working more than 50 hours a week for ride-hailing companies. 50% are working 40 hours a week, and over 70% are working 31 to 40 hours a week. So when you really sample by the hours worked, it's really clear that the core workforce here is working full-time, and it's their primary source of income. And then we wanted to look at in the next slide, what is their earnings from this income? And again, this is very challenging because there's the top line take-home earnings, but of course you have to subtract from that the expenses on the vehicle. And there's a lot of contentious debates in academic research on this about what's the best way of accounting for that when you can't actually get access to drivers' expenses directly and talking to them, which is why it's so important to talk to drivers, which we'll hear from soon. But in our survey, median weekly earnings was about $900 for the ride-hailing services on the left there before accounting for expenses. And we had two different methods of accounting for it, which brought it down to under $700 or under $400 as median earnings. So quite low income in the Bay Area, surviving on that income. But we also looked at the percentage of people on the chart at the top there, or the table, the percentage of people estimated to be earning below $0, actually losing money to be driving when you account for all the automobile expenses. And you might ask, well, how could someone possibly be working for zero? Well, if you've got money coming in, but you're postponing your vehicle repair or services or vehicle expenses to cover immediate expenses, then when you actually net that out, it's below zero, but they don't feel it. And so it could be as much as 20% from some of these estimates who are actually earning zero or losing money by driving. Next slide. We also tried to do some estimates of an hourly wage. And again, this is challenging because how do you count for wait time and dispatch time, not just passenger time? And in surveys like this, it's hard to know exactly how respondents are accounting for their time. But to the best of our estimates, even just from the survey estimates where we ask people to summarize their hours worked and their median earnings, as much as 15% of the TNC drivers were earning below the San Francisco minimum wage at the time of the survey before accounting for expenses. And once you begin to account for expenses, it could be anywhere from 35 to as much as 65% of the drivers who are earning below the legal minimum in San Francisco if they were to be employees or treated as employees. Last slide. Some of the implications, I think, for the Clean Miles standards, and again, I want to emphasize I'm not an expert on the processes or the mechanisms for doing this, but it seems to me it's pretty clear that these core drivers could not bear the costs of new vehicles, electric vehicles. It would just be a tremendous economic hardships for them. You know, I would also say that TNC companies themselves are not currently providing adequate compensation. And Shraya has talked about the elephant in the room, I guess was his terms, which is not a topic of this commission, but I think it's really important to be reminded that employment status is a really critical issue in this industry. And as long as drivers are treated as independent contractors, you know, TNC companies are not taking responsibility for providing adequate compensation, and in my view, should not be counted on to administer a driver assistance fund. It makes a lot of sense to me to have some public agency doing that. And assistance will require really targeted outreach to those marginalized populations, particularly immigrant communities. And so I think working closely with organizations that are representative of drivers and community groups that are working in those communities is going to be really important, because we had examples in our survey of you know, drivers being concerned about, for instance, not having access to health protections, masks and disinfectant. We were doing some of the surveys during the pandemic itself, even though the companies claimed that it was available, not knowing how to access or not having the resources to access. I think having close, trusted relationships with those communities is going to be important. And finally, again, we need much better data linking earnings, hours, and VNP, and ideally linking that to, you know, demographic data through surveys, and being able to distinguish between that waiting time, dispatch time, and passenger time. But then particularly, and it's not here on the slide, but also in terms of real vehicle expenses, and you know, on a timely basis, not just postponing expenses over time. So I'll stop there with my comments, and if we have time, I'm happy to answer questions after the other panelists have spoken.
Wonderful. Thank you, Dr. Benner. Thanks for presenting your research. I will turn next to Sam from the Blue Green Alliance. Sam is the California State Manager for Climate and Labor Policy. Sam, are you on the line? If so, please unmute and turn your camera on.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, can you see me?
There we are. I see you now. Thanks.
Okay, wonderful. Okay, so unfortunately, I was not able to prepare slides for today, so all you have is my voice. So my apologies for that, but I hope I can keep you engaged. A bit of disclaimer, just like Professor Benner, I'll be setting the stage and supporting the comments of drivers today, and some of the principles and testimony that will be provided by Rideshare Drivers United and SEIU. And that is because BGA is an alliance of 10 unions and 5 environmental groups working at the intersection of climate policy and economic equity. And in this regulation, we're convening a coalition of SEIU, RDU, Union of Concerned Scientists, and the Sierra Club to advance what are our core goals. BGA has been working for the last 4 years with a version of this coalition and other partners to ensure alignment between worker equity goals and the accelerated adoption of clean vehicles in the TNC sector. And we have worked with the coalition partners here, represented by the joint commenters in our submissions, and SEIU across multiple agency efforts, efforts in the legislature, with the core goals of accelerating the transition to ZEVs and ensuring that companies pay the cost of transition, not exploited drivers. That is the fundamental goal of the drivers and the environmental groups that are united in this effort, and that we'll hear more from today. Dealing with misclassification and taking that issue head on has been a part of this, but not something that we're dealing with directly in this regulation, or that I will be discussing today. But our efforts boil down to one thing, nevertheless. The controlling company must be the regulated entity in the Clean Mile Standard process. And we've said this from the beginning in our efforts engaging CARB and in engaging the PUC. The controlling companies must pay the cost of transition. That is equity. The company that controls the business must pay the cost of transition. Government can help. Incentives are there. Many have spoken to this. We recently released a report with GridWorks about equitable transition in the transportation electrification transition. This was a core tenet embraced by our advisory group of government, private sector, and labor and environmental partners in that process. And CARB has done well embracing this principle that controlling companies and fleet service should pay the cost for transition. We saw that mission embraced in the CMS process over at that agency and in the trucking regulations that are under consideration there now. I'll talk about two things today: assumptions underlying our driver fund goal provided by our environmental partners, and a bit more information and experience to share from our labor partners that I can convey as a representative for them on why TNCs should not control a fund and the PUC should. We've advocated, as you've heard from folks today, for a driver fund that TNCs should deposit into on a per mile basis in real time as trips are completed. That should be ultimately controlled and administered by the Commission. Our coalition assumes that a 4-cent fee per trip would be sufficient to cover the costs of transition, increased vehicle costs, home charging installation insurance, and with assumption that there are minimal but somewhat robust incentives available. Our assumptions for this recommendation are based on publicly available information from CARB's regulatory documents, specifically the cost model assumptions, base year emissions inventory, and the November 2020 public workshop on proposed targets. We'd be happy to discuss this more with you in due time, but we think these assumptions are on the conservative end, both because CARB made relatively conservative assumptions about the cost of transition, and the analysis assumed some but relatively limited support from the state in the form of about $100 per driver in vehicle rebates. So we are still working to solicit input from TNC drivers as we flesh out our own ideas. We look forward to sharing these and working collaboratively with all parties as this proceeding moves along. And we hope the Commission puts the issue of the Driver Assistance Fund front and center in its scoping ruling, and that it's a centerpiece of the proposal developed by the Commission staff. So we do not have an exhaustive kind of comprehensive proposal for you today, but nevertheless, we have much to share and want to keep working with you on this. A bit more about why TNCs should not control the money that might be made available through a fund, and why the CPUC should. In 2019, Uber first launched Uber Green in Europe as a program to decrease carbon emissions and tackle climate pollution in transportation. Currently, that program is available in SF, LA, and there are options to select a journey using electric and hybrid cars through that program. Each time a passenger chooses to use that program, passenger pays $1 surcharge. Half goes to the driver, half goes to the Green Future program administered by Uber. The lessons learned from this program is that the customer incurs the cost, the additional $1, the driver receives only 50 cents, while Uber takes the credit for reducing greenhouse gas emissions and lowers their direct cost of an $800 million program promised by the Green Future initiative. The program was launched to help drivers in the US, Canada, and Europe, and valued at $800 million. And as of September 30th, 2021, Uber reported that about 92,000 drivers in the US, Canada, and Europe have realized or accumulated nearly $233 million through the program. Over the next 4 years, Uber projects that 200 to 250,000 drivers would accumulate somewhere near $567 million through the program. Yet, while Uber claims that the Green Future program translates into direct assistance to drivers, it appears that the majority of the investments made through the program are actually diverted to corporate partners, such as Hertz and charging companies. It's imperative that any financial assistance program or mechanisms implemented as a result of the Clean Mile standard prioritize helping drivers directly with upfront costs of renting or buying EVs rather than increasing the profit margins for private businesses and affiliated entities. The current Green Future program lacks transparency and accountability to drivers and the taxpaying public. Efforts should be made to ensure that the PUC has the ability to verify and audit information and require regular reporting on a program that would be developed. Finally, I will end by pointing to the TNC Access for All Fund experience. As we've discussed in our comments, I'll only touch on this briefly. TNC Access for All Fund is financed by a per trip fee and is administered by the Commission to meet a public goal of making TNC riding accessible. The Commission addressed the same basic issues that would be presented by the Driver Assistance Fund in the TNC Access for All case. The fee amount, its applicability, its presentation of fees on customer receipts, all of this has been addressed, and this can set a precedent for how a structure could be created to administer the Driver Assistance Fund in this proceeding. And with that, I will turn it over to our driver leaders. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. I just want to acknowledge there's been a couple of questions coming in through the chat and answers being provided by other panelists and other participants. So thank you for keeping that dialogue alive as well. I want to keep moving on the presentations. So I'll introduce now Jesus Garcia and Wendy Knight from SEIU Local 721. Jesus and Wendy, the floor is yours. Please turn on your camera and unmute yourself.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. Hi, everyone. My name is Wendy Knight, and I'm a research and policy coordinator presenting today with my colleague Jesus Garcia on behalf of Service Employees International Union, or SEIU Local 721. First of all, we'd like to thank the Commission and staff for inviting us to participate today. SEIU Local 721 is a labor union that represents roughly 95,000 workers in the private and public sector throughout Southern California, many of whom work in the transportation industry and even use or directly provide rideshare services. 721 is also affiliated with the Mobile Workers Alliance, or MWA, which is an advocacy group representing about 20,000 TNC and DNC drivers in California. 721 did file comments in response. Am I breaking up a little bit? I just want to...
No, I can hear you clearly.
Okay, perfect. I think it's just a little laggy on my end. So 721, we did file comments in response to the order instituting rulemaking for this proceeding, in which we outlined several strategies that we believe will help mitigate the financial impacts of CMS implementation will have on low to moderate income drivers. Primarily and most importantly, we recommend that the Commission establish a driver assistance fund, similar to what other presenters have already mentioned today, that is used solely to provide direct assistance to TNC drivers for the purchase of electric vehicles, charging expenses, and other associated costs with the transition to ZEVs. In our comments, we also highlighted the need for the fund to be controlled and administered by the Commission rather than TNCs. Based on discussion that occurred during the pre-hearing conference a couple of weeks ago, we did want to take some time today to present some examples of similar structures that TNCs have built in the past that we feel demonstrate why the Commission should manage the fund or any other financial assistance programs that are derived through this process. And so now I'll invite my colleague Jesus to walk us through some of those examples.
Thank you, Wendy. So I want to start with the first example. Uber recently started to offer drivers a small subsidy and discount on certain charging stations if they agree to pay $334 a week or $1,300 a month to rent a Tesla from Hertz. However, in order to be eligible to rent a Tesla from Hertz, drivers need to complete two requirements. Number one, have completed 150 trips. And number two, maintain a rating of at least 4.85 stars. So the threshold requirement that Uber has unilaterally put in place for drivers to be eligible to rent a Tesla or access incentives payments are problematic for several reasons. And even if drivers meet the criteria to rent a Tesla, the upfront rental cost is way, way too expensive for the average driver to afford. Second, tying eligibility to a driver's rating is also troubling, given that TNCs frequently change the policies that govern TNC drivers and often provide inadequate notice to drivers of those changes, which can impact their star ratings. There are several other examples that help support our recommendation for the PUC to control and administer any driver assistance funds or other subsidy programs, including the Uber predatory exchange leasing business where drivers paid more than advertised for a vehicle, rates regardless of good or bad credit. Uber was fined $20 million by the FTC. Another example I want to highlight is the structure of Lyft's Express Drive program, which also includes provisions that effectively act as non-competing clause and restrict drivers from working for other platforms. So Lyft's Express Drive program allows drivers to rent electric vehicles from Hertz and Flex Drive rather than using their own personal vehicles. This program does not offer any incentives. It does the opposite, which, it doesn't allow, drivers to go and work for another platform to offset the cost in the event that they cannot, break even. So I'll turn it back to you, Wendy.
Thanks, Jesus. And so as I mentioned earlier, these are all prime examples as to why it's imperative that the Commission maintain control of any CMS-related driver assistance funds or other programs that are created. Our initial comments also included some recommendations about how the Commission can engage with TNC drivers throughout the proceeding. And one of MWA's driver leaders, Mike Robinson, was planning to join us today, but unfortunately he had a personal matter to attend to. So we'd like to close our presentation by sharing some of his thoughts on why and how the Commission should embed drivers in the process moving forward. And so I will deliver these remarks on his behalf today. My name is Mike Robinson, and I live in the Inland Empire. I am a full-time driver with Lyft and typically work 6 hours per day, 5 days per week. I have completed over 10,000 rides across the LA region over the past 6.5 years. I currently own a Toyota Prius, which still uses gasoline and is not a fully zero-emission vehicle. While I am very interested in purchasing an all-electric vehicle, the high upfront cost of purchasing one is financially unattainable for me as a rideshare driver who earns less than minimum wage when you factor in all of the out-of-pocket expenses I have to pay to keep working for Lyft. According to Kelley Blue Book, the average transaction price for an electric vehicle is over $56,000, roughly $10,000 higher than the overall industry average. As the Commission continues to develop the Clean Mile Standard program, it is important to involve drivers in the decision-making process because the models available on the market now are not very conducive to rideshare work because of the vehicle cost, charging time, and compact sizing. In order to ensure that the CMS is shaped by drivers, I highly recommend that the Commission conduct a series of separate focus groups where drivers can provide feedback in a forum where they will feel comfortable to share their thoughts freely without fear of retaliation or being unfairly deactivated by TNCs. To engage the highest number of drivers that represent various communities throughout the state, these focus groups or other engagement opportunities should continue to be held virtually and over Zoom. The most valuable source of information to make the transition successful are the drivers, and we should have the ability to directly share our contact information with the Commission through an opt-in process so that we can actively engage with the Commission and staff during both the preceding phase and after the CMS is fully implemented. Drivers like myself have a lot of lingering questions about the Clean Mile standard and the transition to an electric fleet. It would be helpful if the Commission developed a set of educational materials that describe the program, as well as provide more information about the types of electric vehicles available and that help answer questions related to at-home or public charging options. I fully support the goals of the CMS and I'm excited to do my part to tackle the climate crisis, but the Commission must take great strides to make sure that drivers are not ultimately forced to lose their main source of income because they can't afford to purchase and maintain an electric vehicle. And so with that, I'll conclude our presentation and thanks again to the Commission and staff for inviting us to participate today.
Thank you so much, Wendy and Jesus, and for the suggestions that you shared. I want to turn it over to our fourth presenter, Alvaro Bolañez. I hope I'm pronouncing your last name correctly. Alvaro is the Vice President of Rideshare Drivers United. Alvaro, the floor is yours. Please come off mute and begin your presentation.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for inviting me. I'm, like she said, I'm the Vice President for Rideshare Drivers United, and I'm also been an Uber and Lyft driver for the past 8 years. And it's really sad to me seeing all this study from professors and everything that is kind of accurate, but it's not accurate like 100% because Lyft and Uber, they do a really good job hiding the data. And this is really important for us to be able to access that data. And this is why it's so important for the state to get involved with these TNC companies. Because somebody was saying about the $1, yes. So if you request an Uber ride, it asks you there, do you want to go green? You go green, and Uber, the app automatically charge you an extra $1. But I ask a lot of drivers. I also have a Facebook group with 13,000 drivers. I ask all the drivers, none of them are getting that $1. The percentage of drivers who actually gets that $1 is really minimum. How do we know that these TNC companies are not stealing that $1, the extra $1 that they're charging? This is why it's so important for us to have our own driver assistance fund program that is going to be controlled by the state, or it's going to be controlled by entities that we can trust. Because we cannot, personally, I don't trust Lyft and Uber because everything they do is for their own benefits. I remember back in the days when they were saying, okay, we're going to give you a free rental. This is what normally they do. And I'm 100% sure that this is something that they're going to offer to the PUC. They're going to be like, okay, we're going to give a free rental to the drivers, serious to them. It's going to be free. This is going to be really good for drivers. But they're going to force drivers to do 200 trips a week. Keep in mind, each short trip, when we do a short trip, let's say 2-mile trip, Uber is charging $8 to passengers. We only get $2.60 out of that. So in reality, the more trips we do, the more money these companies make. So at the end of the day, if they're saying we're going to give a free rental to drivers, it's going to be benefiting only them, not the drivers. What they're going to do, they're going to force the drivers to be driving 12 hours a week, 12 hours a day, 7 days a week. The driver's going to be like pretty much sleeping and driving in order to make that amount of trips to be able to get the free rental. They always call it free rental, but in reality, it's not a free rental. These TNC companies, they're making millions of dollars out of those free rentals because remember, the more we drive, the more money they make. So this is why it's really important if we're gonna come up with the idea of make the transition from gas to electric, we have to be able to collect the data from these companies, and we have to secure a program that is gonna be managed by the state and not by TNC companies. Because if they start managing the those funds, it's gonna benefit on themselves and not the drivers. Another example, Prop 22. Remember, Prop 22. They spent $200 million to pass Prop 22, and they were telling the general public, your ride is not gonna go up. You know, every time you request an Uber ride, it's gonna be cheaper, and everything was the opposite. Now people are paying more. They implemented it's called California driver fee. They implemented a fee on each ride. A study shows that only 10% of the drivers qualify for the Prop 22 money. Just think about it, only 10%. And they're charging that fee to every single ride. Every single ride they're charging that fee. So with Prop 22, they're making billions of dollars. And drivers, what are we getting? None. And it's called California driver benefit fee. It specifically says there, every time you request a ride, look on the receipt, you'll see that it says California driver benefit fee. You'll see it there. So, and only 10% of the drivers qualify for that. Same thing with the extra dollar that they're charging. If you select the green option, you pay an extra dollar, but probably 5% out of hundreds of thousands of drivers, only 5% probably are getting that dollar. And how do we complain? It's super easy for Uber to say, no, this passenger did not request green fee. Remember, they have billions of dollars to hire these software engineers that they're really smart. That probably days and nights they're just thinking how they're gonna mess up with the drivers. You know, they're probably thinking, okay, remember, as long as they control the algorithm, they control everything. This is why it's so important for the state to control these benefits. If we're gonna make the transition from gas to electric, it has to be transparency. It has to be where drivers feel comfortable. Driver feel that someone is helping them. This is why we came out with 8 principles. I'm not gonna read them to you because I haven't memorized them, but I have them here. I'm not gonna read the 8 principles that we came out to. Number 1, drivers need support for both to purchase and to rent electric vehicles to drive as TNC. Number 2, for drivers purchasing vehicles, if their gas or hybrid vehicles is still in use, the PUC should incentivize an upgrade before a driver will actually normally purchase a new vehicle. Number 3, any subsidy should prioritize full-time drivers, but all regular drivers should have access to get help with EV purchases or rentals. Number 4, to ensure TNCs meet the CMS eligibility for purchase assistance, will be drivers who have worked at least 6 solid months or on a regular basis. Number 5, financial help should be given for drivers who will need support with neighborhood or home rapid charging stations. Number 6, companies should not be allowed to rent electric vehicles to drivers for more money than is charged for other gas or hybrid cars. The incentives provided by PUC for car rentals will then essentially be subsidizing the companies and will determine the intent of the policies. Number 7, as policies are developed to implement these principles, an open process that includes drivers and our organizations is needed to have the best policies for quick and impactful implementation of EV conversation. Number 8, all of this can happen only with funds that are independently controlled and accountable by the government agency. To ensure full benefits of these funds, by drivers who fully funds the fee related to TNCs. Over the full existence of the TNCs, they have never paid for the cost of operation of the vehicles branded by their companies. In addition, they have proven to be unworthy caretaker of their responsibility to their drivers. If the money were administered by the companies, we have no doubt the drivers will not benefit from the incentives to move to EVs. That was the number 8. And I just wanted to add this. So Uber, right now, as everybody knows, gas prices are like super high. So Uber sent an email to all the drivers. I got the email. They're like, okay, we know that the gas prices are really high, so we're giving you an option. Go to Hertz and rent an electric vehicle. Here is your option. Instead of saying we're gonna, do something, create a program, do something, send a bonus or something because of the gas, they send an email saying there is options. Go green, go to Hertz, rent a vehicle. Yes, on the paper it says $334 a week, but you gotta pay insurance, you gotta pay tax. So at the end, drivers are paying $400 a week to rent that vehicle, that electric vehicle. So to me, I don't think that's fair. I don't think the people who are not even making minimum wage, they shouldn't pay more than $400 to rent a vehicle a week. I mean, and trust me, all drivers, like I say, I'm a driver myself. I've been driving for 8 years, and I have this group, and we love Mother Nature. We love the environment. We want to help the planet, but at the same time, these companies, they should be responsible to help us, and they should pay their fair share. It's not fair that they just pass that cost to the drivers, and they make themselves look like, oh, we're helping the planet, and we're the ones paying for the car rental, paying for gas, paying for fast charging, paying for everything. This is why PUC needs to create a fund that is going to be controlled by the state, or it's going to be controlled by entities that we can trust. And I wanted to end my my session with that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Alvaro, and all of our presenters this morning. I want to acknowledge that there have been some other TNC drivers in attendance today and wishing to speak. We thoroughly encourage your engagement. I've put an email address to contact staff into the chat, cleanmiles@cpuc.ca.gov. And we hope that you'll stay on the line to engage in our breakout group discussion at 1 p.m. after lunch. Really appreciate you all taking the time and providing presentations today. So let's see here. Before we break for lunch, I would like to welcome Commissioner Rex Schaaf and our other honored guests to provide any closing remarks for the morning session. Commissioner Rex Schaaf, if you're still on the line, would you like to provide any remarks?
Thank you very much, Tara. And I would just ask Alvaro if you can send us the copy of the 8 principles that you just referenced. That would be great. I want to thank all of our panelists this morning, all the principals who joined us. I especially want to thank this panel, the drivers, Professor Benner, Wendy. You brought a perspective that we don't usually hear, and that is very, very powerful and very important for us. It's essential we hear the points of view that you presented. We really need to understand it to make sure that this program is workable and fair and just and equitable. So there's a tremendous amount for us to think about. I also want to thank our colleagues from the Energy Commission. They have a central role in this discussion. They're providing the bulk of infrastructure funding right now, and as you heard, are already very focused on providing charging infrastructure for the ride-sharing companies. I also want to thank our colleagues from CARB, who we've been working hand in glove with throughout this program. The afternoon will be a working session. We have 3 concurrent sessions. You'll hear more about it. Staff and stakeholders will be rolling up our sleeves. And I won't be able to attend, and I don't know if any of the other principals will be, but we very much look forward to reports from our staff on the outcomes of these discussions and action items going forward. Before we close, I want to give my other colleagues on the dais a chance to share any closing remarks as well, if anyone wants to.
I just echo your comments, Commissioner Rex Schaaf, and really enjoyed the discussion. This was really important, so thank you.
I see Commissioner Monahan is still on.
And, I'll be brief. I know people are hungry. This was a great session. Tara, fabulous job facilitating it. I learned a lot. And as Commissioner Rex Schaaf said, I appreciated all the discussions, but this last panel around worker implications and driver implications was for me particularly poignant, and something I think we want to keep front and center is how do we make this a transition that works for drivers. And we want drivers to actually make money in this transition, and just hearing some of the barriers and concerns was really helpful.
And Commissioner Rex Schaaf, I'll just add that I also listened to the panels today and echo the comments of my colleagues on the dais, especially with respect to the last panel. Very important presentations, and I really enjoyed the discussion. So thank you everyone for participating.
Jen Grass, are you still on? Did you want to have any final remarks? Not sure I see Jen, but I think that's it, Tara, from the folks who are on the dais, and thank you and your staff again so much for organizing today's workshop.
Our pleasure. It's been very informative, and thank you all of our honored guests for attending and speaking. So we'll now take a break for lunch, and we'll come back using the same WebEx link and dial-in information at 1 p.m. I'll be pausing the recording and restarting for our breakout group sessions, getting into real discussion at 1 p.m. Thank you all again. We'll see you at 1 o'clock.
Hello, everyone. Oh, it looks like we're growing in size as we speak. Okay. Well, I wanted to welcome everyone back and introduce myself as well. My name is Stephanie Secchi. I am the lead analyst working with Tara on the Clean Mile Standard. We're giving Tara a short hosting break, and I will take over for her just for this next session. As we mentioned before lunch, we're now going into the first of our 3 breakout group sessions. We will be breaking up into 4 smaller groups. We're actually going to assign them at random, but each will be staffed by a facilitator and a note taker from the CPUC staff. The rest of the folks will be mixed. We will be asking each group to select a representative to report back to the larger group at the end of the breakout group session, just to kind of summarize the main takeaways so that we can hear what was happening in the other sessions as well. We will have 35 minutes in these smaller groups, and then 20 minutes for the reconvening. The facilitators have a set of questions that we will walk through with you. We have slides for them, so the facilitators in each of the breakout groups can share those slides so that you all can see the questions as well. I just did want to reiterate that if you have comments to share but you don't have the opportunity to speak, you can always add them to the chat box, and we'll be documenting those as well. And just a reminder to our facilitators and note takers to capture everything in the chat while we're in our breakout groups. So this first breakout group session will focus on low and moderate income drivers and communities. It'll build upon what we talked about in our last session and what our presenters presented. And I believe that's everything. Tara, are you ready to do the breakout groups?
Yes. Oh, Just a second, let me fix that. Okay, yes. So what will happen now, many of you may have seen this done before. We'll have virtual breakout groups. It should be assigning everyone at random, as Steph mentioned. So when I initiate that, you'll likely see a pop-up to join the room. And then we'll be divided into 4. It'll be a smaller subgroup. When it's time to reconvene, I will end the breakout group sessions. And it'll give you a minute countdown to rejoin, or you can rejoin when you click a button. So just look out for that pop up, and we look forward to the discussion we will have this afternoon. Here it goes.
Okay, are we, Sarah, do you think we are all back?
Go ahead, Steph. I think there's just 3 people lingering in the 4th breakout session. But we've got everybody but 3 back. So go ahead. And Jeff, could you mute yourself? Thanks.
Okay, well, thank you all for bearing with us as we figure out how the breakout sessions work, but I think we were able to do it and it'll be more smooth. It'll run a little more smoothly the next time. We do have some time scheduled now to hear back from our smaller groups with the larger group. Just a quick kind of summary of what was discussed in your smaller group. So I am just gonna go by breakout group and have that representative share. So I'm not sure who was in the breakout group 1.
That was our group, Steph. And
great.
we had Annalise from the California Integrated Transit Project, CalITP, here to report back on our discussion.
Hi, everyone. Very quickly, we had a little bit of discussion about requirements in terms of, having access to funding and what would be good standards to establish. And just kind of a small counterpoint between it's great to use already established program requirements like those from CalFresh or other existing programs, CARB funding and so on, so that we're not yet kind of creating another new thing that folks need to learn how to navigate. At the same time, there was a bit of a counterpoint to make sure that we do choose one that accounts for local differences. And so it seems like there are some of those already, but just making sure that it's not one size fits all, but also not overly customized. So getting that balance right. There was a little bit of a discussion about no one really having the knowledge to say what does low or moderate income mean, like how do you define that? But an interesting question about the fact that is there actually any drivers who are high income, which I think is an important thing to think about. So if you're drawing the line, is a line drawn somewhere a little bit arbitrarily, you might ask. We had a little bit of a conversation about, if you're trying to avoid unintended consequences, for low and moderate income drivers, actually, what would those consequences be? And so that was a bit of the discussion we had about lack of infrastructure, lack of availability in terms of the geographic, or also just the amount of time you have to spend charging a vehicle. Those could be things that folks are further impacted by, as well as obviously the purchase price of a vehicle or lease pricing. And so the last thing was in terms of on that topic was one, just, yes, I think an importance to engage with the drivers, with driver reps of the groups to find out what it means to them, which we didn't really get into, but then finished up by talking about needing to find ways to make sure that the EV option is actually the lowest cost one, or is in the realm of the lowest cost ones. Because if it's going to be higher than an ICE vehicle, well, folks are going to have a hard time choosing that if they're switching vehicles. So making sure that programs kind of bring down the cost so that it's at the lowest cost, and also considering the differences between drivers who own vehicles versus those who lease, and you might have to think about designing things so that it's not one or the other, but both types of drivers have options to choose clean vehicles. Thanks.
Thank you, Annalise. So I think group 2 was my group, and Jim was going to share it. I'm not sure if he's still on. I don't see him in the participants list. Jim, if I'm missing you and you are here, please feel to unmute. Okay, so maybe I will do the sharing on my group's behalf, since it seems like maybe he didn't make it back to the group. So I think similarly to what Annalise summarized, we discussed how using some of the existing ways of identifying low or moderate income households might not be exactly what we need to identify low or moderate income drivers on the platforms, and that maybe those are a good starting point, but not exactly, maybe don't have all of the information that we would need to make that identification for this specific case. We talked about how there shouldn't be too many barriers to identifying individuals and to providing incentives. We don't want there to be, there was a point made about there being incentives to be barriers or the processes that you have to go through to get an incentive to be particularly difficult, and making sure that we're aware of those. We did talk about some of the unpaid time as well, and accounting for charging time for drivers, and making sure that we're understanding what that looks like in reality, both in an urban context and a rural context as well, because there can be a lot of variety there. And in terms of outreach, it was also suggested that we work with existing partner organizations to get the specific type of outreach that we're looking for. So that was my quick summary. I'm sorry to Jim if you are here and didn't get a chance to do the sharing for us, but I'm going to move on to group 3. Was that Jeff or Ashlyn's group?
That is my group, Scott, thank you. And for our group, Molly Zimney will give a brief recap of what we talked about.
Hi, everyone. We had a little bit of a quieter group, but the main theme that kind of permeated the discussion as we were going through the issues, a lot of it was related to just the driver engagement, to be getting more data on the issues that were raised in the question from the drivers and how to directly engage them. So there was discussion about having focus groups with drivers that are not public, so that the CPUC can engage drivers, and having both engagement from the TNCs, but also having engagement from third parties that could be leveraged to survey the drivers, and other community groups, leveraging ways that drivers interact with each other, and also independent driver organizations. So a lot of our discussion was around those issues, and how to better collect more information from the drivers, directly from the drivers, to engage them with the CPUC.
Thank you, Molly. Okay, so that leaves Ashlyn's group.
So I am going to give the summary for our group. So yeah, I don't know that we necessarily have a ton to add beyond what's been said, but I think we saw some of the same themes flowing through our group. A lot of discussion around sort of the need for data and the need to really understand and sort of answer some of these foundational questions around just like what the situation actually is for drivers, and sort of the specifics that differ from someone who uses their vehicle as a TNC versus somebody who just uses their vehicle as a personal vehicle, and sort of really deeply understanding sort of the kind of like the overarching situation. And that led into some discussion around outreach, and I think just the point that we've heard many times today around the need to really reach drivers themselves and understand their needs and their constraints.
Thanks, Ashlyn. So, okay, those were all the groups. I believe the next, I think I'm handing it back to Tara. So she got a short break, and now she's back to take over for the next few sessions. So I think I am going to share my screen too as well, Tara.
Great. Yes, thanks, Steph. So we want to switch gears a little bit to focus our next two sessions on the regulatory framework for the Clean Mile Standard. And we're going to start this portion of the agenda with two presentations from CPUC Energy Division staff who work on the Renewables Portfolio Standard, or RPS, and the Integrated Resource Plan, or IRP. These were two programs identified as existing programs with frameworks that might be applicable to CMS. So these staff presentations are meant to provide workshop participants with a basic and consistent understanding of the two programs and their regulatory frameworks to inform this afternoon's discussion on CMS. Our two speakers are Michael Balter for RPS and James McGarry for IRP. And while neither RPS nor IRP's regulatory framework is a perfect analogy to CMS, there are some parallels the Commission might consider. For example, both programs require narrative plans and include a quantitative filing component. So the presenters will also provide some valuable lessons learned from their implementation process that the CMS effort may wish to consider. So the speakers will each have about 10 minutes, and any leftover time before 2:20 or so, we can allot for clarification questions on their presentations. And then we'll follow this segment with another breakout group discussion, digging into the first session being on our greenhouse gas emissions reduction plans. So be prepared to start to think about applying some of the lessons learned you'll hear about in these presentations to those discussions. So Michael's the lead analyst on the RPS program, the Renewables Portfolio Standard, from our Energy Division. Go ahead and turn your video or your camera on and unmute yourself. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Tara. The RPS program stems from a series of California laws to reduce greenhouse gas emissions from its energy sector by regulating LSEs, load-serving entities, such as investor-owned utilities, community choice aggregators, and electric service providers. There are also publicly owned utilities, but those are handled by the Energy Commission, so I won't be covering them. RPS is market-based in that it's implemented through renewable energy credits, RECs, which can be bought, sold, or banked. One REC represents 1 megawatt hour of renewable energy. Once procured, RECs are retired to meet compliance, which is set over multi-year compliance periods. That's the table at the bottom. The way it works is that LSEs have to procure and retire a quantity of RECs proportional to their retail sales, but the proportion rises across compliance periods, driving increased renewable energy procurement. For example, an LSE serving a constant 100 megawatt hour of retail load in compliance period 3 with the 33% requirement, they would have to procure and retire 33 or more RECs, but compliance period 4 would require 44 RECs, and so on. I'll note that RECs are tracked in a system called REGIS, the Western Renewable Energy Generation Information System, which records transactions, vintages, etc., basically ensure no double claims or counting. As Western implies, it's not just California. California LSEs could use Wyoming wind or Arizona solar, and likewise they can buy from us. Now the next slide describes RPS regulatory activities. RPS regulatory activities fall into two main frameworks, procurement planning and compliance and enforcement. I'll discuss each in more detail, but in a nutshell, procurement planning is forward-looking. It's a tell us how you'll meet the targets annual process, more qualitative evaluation of plan narratives. Compliance review is actual performance. It's a show us the numbers spreadsheet check. There's both an annual are they on target review and the big end of compliance period did you meet your requirements or not review. This is where penalties are assessed. The two are not directly linked. Reports are not measured against plans. Reports are measured against compliance period targets. As for plans, let's go to the next slide. Step 1. Plans start with the ACR, the assigned commissioner ruling, which typically come out in spring. They're based on statute, the plans are, but elaborate on it in explaining exactly what LSCs are expected to provide in meeting requirements. This can result in a substantial document. The last was 50 pages. The ACR also sets a schedule. That brings us to step 2. Plans are typically submitted June 1st. We examine each plan individually against ACR criteria, as well as any comments, and then develop common issues that the PD, the proposed decision, needs to address. For example, there might be a section on long-term contracting or one on portfolio diversity and reliability. That brings us to step 3, the proposed decision. Once all the analysis is done, the Commission issues a PD which accepts plans with no issues and provisionally accepts plans, presuming they correct all the issues that the PD identifies. Relatively few plans are outright accepted, which brings us to step 4. LSCs with plans that require modifications have 30 days to do so and resubmit final plans. Step 5, final plan review, is similar to the initial review but simpler, as it's focused on checking the revisions against what the PD required instead of checking all the plans against the entire ACR. Based on the review is step 6. Most final plans are accepted. We rarely require additional changes, in which case they have to resubmit, revise, and there may be a citation or penalty, but like I say, that's rare. And at that point, we start developing the next ACR, incorporating the experience from the current round. A note on timing. The ACR is usually issued between February and April. I think I mentioned the plans are typically due June 1st. This is a big lift. Between the number of plans and all the steps involved, even if the plans are submitted on time, it is not a walk in the park to get the PD issued by the end of the year. LSCs that are not serving load can request an exemption from filing procurement plans. Okay, so that was a lot. The next slide on compliance should be quicker. In determining compliance, there's a bit more nuance than just the raw number of RECs, as RECs come in different flavors based on the facility and contract details. There are 3 requirements that must be satisfied. The first is PQR. This is the simplest, as it's just a straight percentage of RECs retired against load, like I gave in the example on the first slide. The second aspect is long-term contracting requirement. RECs can be either short-term or long-term, depending on the term length of the contract they're bought under. 10 or more years qualifies as long-term. To satisfy the long-term requirement, at least 65% of the RECs must be from long-term contracts. The intent for this is to drive investment into renewable energy. Developers want stable cash flows, so having more longer-term contracts is desirable. Finally, we have the PBR. In addition to short-term, long-term, RECs have different portfolio content categories, which fall into 3 types. Oversimplified, PCC1 is bundled in-state. So by bundled, I mean you're buying the energy and the REC together in a single unit. In-state, California. PCC2 is bundled but out of state, so the aforementioned Wyoming wind, assuming it came with the energy attached. And then PCC3 is unbundled, where you split the energy from the REC. There's also an unofficial quote-unquote PCC0 category, which is legacy or grandfathered REC from contracts that predate the PBR, so they're exempt from it. Now, as the name implied, the PBR has requirements for balancing the different PCC types. Again, with the intent of encouraging investment, we'd rather have investment in California, so PCC1 has a floor, or on the other hand, PCC3 has a ceiling. So that's an overview of compliance reporting. The next slide will dig into the annual process. The annual compliance review process is simpler than the procurement plans. Instead of a lengthy ACR and interpreting long narrative responses, we put out Excel templates and the LSEs fill them in. The schedule is fixed. Reports are due August 1st. With the CPUC review, there's a bit of assessment, spotting mistakes or oddities in the spreadsheets, but by and large, it's a simple staff review that does not require a PD. Based on the numbers, we put together a list of at-risk LSEs that are not on track to meet their requirements for the CP. Remember, this is the annual review, not the final determination. Per SB 155, we then notify those LSEs of their at-risk status and provide general suggestions for how to achieve compliance. Although there's no deadline in statute, in practice, the SB 155 notifications need to be sent out before November because we like to include the information in our annual report to the legislature, and LSEs probably wouldn't appreciate first finding out their compliance status from a public report. Another difference from plans is that regardless of serving load or not, LSEs can't be exempted from submitting compliance reports, although that hasn't stopped them from trying. Okay, that's it for the annual process. For my last slide, we have the big kahuna, the end of CP review. So I have a confession. I haven't personally done this one yet, though I can look forward to it in the not so distant future. This one is similar to the annual report, but has some extra steps and goes into more depth. It has a different trigger. Instead of a date, the end of compliance period review is based on when the CEC finishes verifying LSE's claimed procurement. The CEC, the Energy Commission, they're the ones that define REC categories and work most closely with Regis in analyzing REC claims. Once the CEC releases their verification report, we get to the second box. LSEs have 30 days to submit their final reports. These final reports are mostly similar to the annual reports, but LSEs are still filling out templates. Most of the CPUC review is similar to the annual review, but with an additional major element. The review includes reviewing the REC's underlying contracts to ensure that the RECs are valid and categorized properly. Again, I haven't done this part myself, but I understand it's a lot of work. Once the review is done, the termination is comparatively simple. Valid RECs are counted, numbers are crunched, LSEs get compliance determination letters, and there's a $50 penalty for every REC short. Non-compliant LSEs may request a waiver or pay the fine, although the waivers have some pretty strictly statutory reasons. And that's RPS in a nutshell. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Michael. We will save questions for Michael to the end. I'll turn it to James McGarry now, who's also from the Energy Division and a lead analyst on the IRP program, which is a second model that we can refer to. James, feel free to turn your camera on and come off mute. The floor is yours.
All right, thank you, Tara. And let me just start by cautioning that I've had some connectivity issues today. So if you're having trouble hearing me or I break up, let me know and I can join by phone. So the first couple slides that I'm going to present here give some background on IRP and describe how we work and interact with some of the other state agencies and the market more broadly. And then I'll talk about the actual filings and compliance requirements of our regulated entities. So to start off, established in 2015 by SB 350, Integrated Resource Planning, or IRP, at the Commission is meant to guide electric sector resource planning to help the state achieve its greenhouse gas goals at least cost while maintaining reliability, system reliability. So we do that by looking across the boundaries of individual load-serving entities, or LSEs, that at the electric system writ large to identify resource and optimization opportunities that might not otherwise be apparent if you're looking at things on a LSE by LSE basis. The IRP cycle that we just finished up is guided by the state's goal to reduce economy-wide greenhouse gas emissions by 40% by 2030. So our job is to make sure that the electric sector is doing its part to enable broader economy-wide decarbonization, and by the need to keep the state on trajectory towards achieving its deeper mid-century greenhouse gas reduction goals. A typical IRP planning cycle is divided into two halves. The first half, which is led primarily by the Commission and Commission staff, is where the CPUC identifies an optimal portfolio for meeting state policy objectives, and then we set requirements for LSEs to plan towards that future. We then give our 40 plus LSEs clear filing requirements and a due date to describe how they're going to meet their greenhouse gas targets, while at least cost and meeting all their other state regulatory requirements. The second half then, so the first half we tell the LSEs how to plan. The second half is when we get the LSE plans, and that's where the CPUC staff collects and aggregates all of those plan portfolios. We compare the electric system that would result from LSE planning to the one that we identified as being optimal in the first half of that cycle, of an IRP cycle. And eventually at the end of a full IRP cycle, we adopt a final preferred resource portfolio through Commission decision for use in CPUC planning and also procurement. Next slide, please. So now I'm going to quickly walk through a kind of web visualizing the coordination that we do with our other agencies and LSEs and how the IRP sits in the middle of that ecosystem to facilitate a truly statewide approach to planning and electric sector decarbonization. So the CPUC's IRP process sits in the middle of this chart, and we take inputs from, advance the slide, please, from CARB's scoping plan, which is at the top left corner. So every 5 years, CARB produces an economy-wide plan for how each sector of the economy of the state is going to contribute towards meeting the state's overall greenhouse gas reduction goals. And while the CPUC is empowered to act on its own to set greenhouse gas targets for the load-serving entities that we regulate, we set those targets based on a range that we get from CARB's scoping plan, which is telling us what the electric sector has to do to support economy-wide decarbonization. We also take key demand inputs from the CEC's Integrated Energy Policy Report, also known as the IPER. The IPER produces demand forecasts that we rely on in IRP, as well as some other key modeling inputs that we use. And then lastly, at the top right is Senate Bill 100, which is a state law requiring all electric sales to come from renewable and carbon-free resources by 2045. So all these processes all flow into the IRP. We plan for greenhouse gas targets that we get from CARB scoping plan, and then we model what the electric sector needs to do to achieve those targets based on demand inputs we get from the CEC and the targets set by SB 100. Next, advanced slide, please. So with that information, we model what an optimal portfolio of resources would look like to hit the greenhouse gas target at least cost while maintaining reliability, as I was just talking about. And we pass that information over to the LSEs. We also pass it to the California Independent System Operator that runs the transmission grid. And we're continually receiving information back from them that feeds into our planning. So, you know, it's an iterative process. Coordinate their agencies.
James, your audio is breaking up. James, your audio is breaking up just a little bit. Maybe go ahead and go off video, see if that helps.
Okay, let me know if that doesn't work, and I'll dial in. Where was I? So I was saying that it is a complicated process that we have for statewide electric planning, but it basically works to make sure that state agencies and market actors are all moving in the same direction so that our generation and transmission system is on track to meet our climate goals and maintain reliability and affordability. Next slide. Thanks. So with that background, now I'll talk about how the specific filing requirements that we have for our regulated entities, what they are and how we evaluate them, which I think is probably of most interest for this group at this stage of the CMS development process. Next slide. As I discussed in the background section, LSEs file their individual plans at the end of the first half of an IRP cycle. These plans are how they tell us what they plan to procure over the next decade to meet their greenhouse gas goals. LSEs also report on other priorities in their plans, such as how they plan to achieve their plan, how they plan to conduct outreach and seek input from disadvantaged communities, customer cost and rates, potential barriers. These filings are really how we, as the CPUC and the public more broadly, gain insight into how the LSEs plan to meet state goals. And they're also what makes IRP an interactive process. Next slide. So an IRP plan consists of 3 filings. There's the narrative template, which is a description in a qualitative way of how the LSEs develop their plans, and it presents the results of their analysis. The next is the resource data template, or RDT, which is an Excel file in which LSEs submit monthly contract data across the 10-year planning horizon for all planned and existing resources that they plan to contract with. This gives us a snapshot estimate of each LSE's monthly total energy and capacity forecast position over a 10-year look-ahead period, and it's the filing that we most rely on for aggregation. And then finally, there's the Clean System Power Calculator, which is a tool for estimating the greenhouse gas and criteria pollutant emissions of those LSE portfolios. So this is a calculator that verifies that that portfolio that was included in each LSE's RDT is sufficient to meet their assigned greenhouse gas goals. Next slide. So the 3 filing templates are a mix of qualitative and quantitative data. And so our methods for evaluating each one differs. The narrative template as a qualitative filing is necessarily the most subjective in terms of how we evaluate it. The template is structured as a series of sections with questions and reporting requirements, and IRP staff uses a scorecard system for each section to determine if the response is exemplary, adequate, or deficient. Those are the 3 scores an LSE can receive. And if they get a deficient, they have to file a resubmission of that data. For the resource data template, we developed a program called the RDT Error Checking Aggregation and Reallocation Tool that we affectionately call RECART, that uses Python code to evaluate each template individually and aggregate them into a single file. Reliance on algorithm and coding is necessary here because each RDT contains thousands of data points that when multiplied across 40 LSEs, who sometimes submit multiple plans, create millions of data points that need to be evaluated. Each RECART run produces LSE-specific reports, and those reports identify any errors that were found in their templates. And then when we find an error, we contact the LSE on an informal basis, tell them about the error, they resubmit that part of their plan, and the process plays out repeatedly until RECART produces error-free reports. Lastly, for the Clean System Power Calculator, this is also checked quantitatively by staff, but because the calculators contain much fewer data points, we're able to do this manually for each LSE without developing code. So everything that I just described is done at the IRP staff level. Staffs are the ones digging through the LSE plans and determining whether LSEs met their filing requirements. But ultimately, at the end of the process, we send the results of those evaluations to decision makers as recommendations, and final determination over whether LSE plans are deemed to be compliant or not is set by the commission through a decision at the end of the cycle. In the cycle that was just completed just last month, a handful of LSEs were found to be deficient in a few specific areas, and so they were given a deadline to submit supplemental information to bring themselves into compliance. So next, my last slide, I'm just ending it here with a few high-level observations and lessons learned from the IRP process. The first 2 items here are observations. The next 3 are lessons learned. So LSEs collectively filed plans that were generally consistent in terms of size and resource composition with the optimal portfolio that the commission developed in part 1 of this cycle. This, I think, speaks to the usefulness of doing some upfront planning to use as a sort of a guidepost for the regulated entities. The commission spent considerable time and effort iterating with individual LSEs, including up to 6 resubmission requests between September 2020 and February 2021 to correct and clarify contract information through that RECART aggregated code checking process. And so that observation leads to the first lesson learned, the third bullet point here, which is that having very clear templates and instructions for LSE filings just makes life a lot simpler for CPUC staff and for the regulated entities. Providing clear standards for how the templates will be evaluated and setting those standards up front so that the regulated entity knows when filling out their plans. And this should include some guidance on what constitutes an error or an incomplete filing. What we found was that to the extent that we were getting errors in LSE plans, they tended to be in areas where we were more ambiguous about what necessarily constituted an error. Where we were more clear, we didn't see errors in those areas, at least not as much. And then lastly, design filing templates with the end use for the requested information in mind so that it is clear for how plan evaluation will lead to a final commission decision. And by that, I mean, just when designing what you want your regulated entity to submit, know how you're going to use it and how it's going to be used by the commission. Everything that we collected from our LSEs is important, but there are some that we spent time reviewing that didn't, it was information that we wanted to know and that was important, but we didn't necessarily have a decision point linked to that. And, I think in future iterations, we're going to try to be more clear about, how we can actually make the filings actionable in terms of what the commission does with that information. So I see I ended right at 2:20, so that's good. Thank you, Michael, for giving me a little bit of extra time to start with.
Well, thank you, James and Michael, for those presentations. I think you shared a lot of sort of wealth of experience and lessons learned that we're certainly going to be taking into account. We don't have time for clarification questions, unfortunately, but we are going to move into some breakout groups next. Michael and James, if there's a website or web page dedicated to each of these programs, could you just share that in the chat so everyone has access to follow up and learn more after today's workshop? That would be great. So we'll now move into breakout groups again. There will again be 4, and they will mostly be composed the same way as this morning. I am redistributing a few folks who've left or joined while we've been talking. So the purpose of this next session is to dive into sort of the what of the greenhouse gas emissions reduction plans. And the breakout group facilitators will present the group with several discussion questions, again, to guide the discussion. And we'll also have the facilitator and note taker from CPUC staff as well. We hope to have somebody else selected or volunteer to report back to the full group at about 2:55 after we've worked through our 4 breakout group discussion items. And we really hope you found those 2 presentations from Michael and James informative. Feel free to bring in examples of lessons learned or elements of those models into the discussion this afternoon. We hope you found that very informative. So without further ado, let me check here. Great, it looks like everybody's assigned. So I'll go ahead and start the breakout group sessions. Again, you should see a pop-up or automatically be joined into one of those sessions. And our facilitators will get you started there. See you in a second. Discussion in the breakout groups. We will go through and hear from everyone, each of the 4 groups, just like last time. So we'll start with My group, Group 1, Darton Ito from SFMTA will be reporting back on our discussion.
Hi there, everyone. So we started with talking about what was listed in the OIR in terms of the greenhouse gas emission reduction plans. What elements should be included. Was mentioned that should track, monitor other impacts such as vehicle miles traveled, VMT, as was mentioned by a couple of the speakers who kicked off this day, that emissions are important, but in the focus of this regulation, but there could be other impacts, and we should at least be aware of those, if not addressed directly by this regulation itself. The next question was in terms of how prescriptive the plan template should be, and I think there was general agreement that there should be, especially in the early years, flexibility to allow for creativity and how the targets are met. That there's an opportunity to pilot, try things out in the early years. To focus on being prescriptive on the outcomes, but less prescriptive on how those outcomes are achieved. So different approach, different approaches to get to what we're ultimately trying to achieve through this. Then the next question about how the Commission should use the plans to minimize the negative impacts on low and moderate income drivers. To start with a baseline, so we know where we're at and how changes over time may affect that, and then to find out what each of the TNCs are doing to support the driver's transition, so that we can focus on the things that are successful or that perhaps could be mandated later on if there are things that aren't being done on their own. And then finally, we talked about potential strategies to include in the GHG emission reduction plans. There are a couple of mentions of leveraging existing partnerships, and then also to highlight the different approaches to the use of the optional credits, finding out more about what's able to change behavior and ultimately reduce emissions from TNCs. So that was most of what we talked about in Group 1.
Thanks, Darton. Group 2, Steph, is that your group?
That's my group, and Joshua is speaking.
Yeah, thank you. I'll give some quick comments. I have a hard stop at 3, but I think I've got a few minutes to convey what we talked through. We did feel there were some similarities with the RPS process and what we anticipate could come out of CMS and the CPUC GHG plans. The idea of having a look ahead 2-year preview from the TNC companies to give confidence to the regulator on the kinds of things they're going to do sounded similar to what the RPS process does. We certainly feel at the Resources Board that we want to get a sense that the companies are taking the kinds of actions we would anticipate in order to put in place future compliance and for us to gain some confidence. And so that could be things like establishing partnerships for charging infrastructure to help the drivers, establishing partnerships with fleet operators to help drivers get into EVs, putting in place business models to encourage pooling. So some signal that there are actions in motion to lead towards compliance, but the plans themselves are not what is used for ranking against compliance or comparing against compliance after the actual compliance year. So that was similar to the RPS, where the actual compliance is tracked against the statutory targets. In this case, the actual compliance will be tracked against the CMS targets. We also heard thoughts that there could be secondary stakeholders that would benefit from these plans. Charging infrastructure providers might get value from seeing specific TNC actions to move into certain types of electrification strategies. Incentives programs would probably get value from seeing the kinds of vehicles that the TNC companies may need to move drivers into. Also heard a comment from an AV operator perspective that some of the information in the compliance plans may be applicable for driver-based TNC services versus ones that are autonomous. And so some flexibility in the templates for the plans would be important so that different types of TNC operators can fill in sections that are appropriate for them. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Joshua. Group 3 representative. Let's see, Jeff, was that your group?
That was my group, and the group nominated me as a representative, so I will give a few comments. On the comparison with IRP and RPS, the overall people said that they like the iterative nature of those, where something could be put forth and then you get feedback and you can go back and forth and fine tune over a series of collaborative back and forth. In terms of any elements missing from the greenhouse gas emissions reduction plan, I kind of went through what was in the OIR and said, couldn't think of anything besides that. And the idea of congestion came up. We might consider the impact of the TNCs on congestion and how that would roll into that. In terms of the prescriptive nature of the greenhouse gas plans, generally speaking, the message was not to be overly prescriptive, allow the TNCs to be creative and meet the goals in a way that best serve them and their drivers and the people that they're driving. In terms of strategies for the plans, basically optimizing occupancy, reducing deadhead miles, working on occupancy in the vehicles and maximizing the use of EVs and for cars that are still using gasoline, high efficiency gasoline driven cars, with the different options there. There was a kind of general comment that it would be terms of figuring out the impact on low and moderate income drivers. It would be great if data was available on who those people are, where do they live, what are their incomes. So any data that the PUC has or other agencies have would be quite useful in that regard. Finally, there was a question about how have greenhouse gas reductions in taxis been addressed? And the point was made that, well, the PUC doesn't regulate taxis, but the cities do. And so there was some good feedback from San Francisco about reporting reduced emissions there. And that was it from our group.
Thank you, Jeff. Okay, our fourth group, Ashlyn's group, who was selected to report back?
I was also nominated to report back. I don't know that we have a ton to add to what's already been said in the summary so far, but I think one thing that I would highlight from our group is that we did talk a little bit about sort of a related issue in terms of calculations and reporting, and really thinking critically about how some of the calculations around GHG reductions will be done so that we can understand exactly what's happening and really be able to quantify the GHG reductions. So example of this is thinking about how to really quantify the GHG reductions associated with transit-linked TNC trips. Yeah, so we spent some time discussing that, but don't think there's anything else to add to sort of what's already been shared. Thanks.
Great. Thanks, Ashlyn. And thanks everyone for your participation in those breakout groups. We will actually take a brief afternoon break at this time. When we come back from the break, we have one more breakout session. We want to dig into the regulatory framework and have some interesting questions there to get your perspective on, again, to be part of informing the direction the commission goes on CMS. So we will take this afternoon break now, reconvene at 3:25. Same link, same dial-in information. Feel free to stay on the line and just put yourself on mute in the meantime. But otherwise, we'll see you at 3:25 for our final session, and then we'll wrap up for the day. Thanks you all so much. See you in 25 minutes or 22 minutes. Good afternoon. I hope you had a great break. 3:25. Want to welcome us all back for our final session of the day. See a few people still trickling in, so let me just give this a minute. So I'll describe what we're going to move into next. We'll have a familiar exercise going back into the breakout groups. They should be about equally balanced. And if you haven't been in one yet, I will assign you before we go there. The purpose of this final breakout group session is to dive into more of the how of the GHG reduction plans and the accountability framework associated with CMS. So again, the breakout group facilitators will present the group with several discussion questions, and we'll also ask each group to select a representative to report back to the larger group on the main session takeaways. We'll be in the groups for the next 30 minutes and then have another 15 minutes or so to reconvene and debrief. After that, we will wrap up the day with a brief review of upcoming schedule, and then we'll adjourn. So let me just make sure we have everybody in a breakout group, and then I'll send us there. Okay, here they go. Look for the pop-up again and join your breakout group. See you there. Thank you again for the third of 3 breakout sessions. It's been a busy afternoon. Thank you again for your contributions. We will go through each group again to hear what was discussed, and then we'll do a brief look ahead to some key items coming on the schedule and wrap up for the day. So my group, Group 1, Drew Cooper from the San Francisco County Transportation Authority is going to report back. Drew.
Sure. So we discussed, you know, how qualitative assessments should be carried out, that there are, the way that they're currently done, there may be various kind of rankings that a qualitative assessment might give to a plan, that we want to, in doing that, preserve the flexibility of, you know, companies submitting plans to kind of be creative, and the ability of staff to kind of adequately evaluate those, but kind of counterbalanced by not wanting to be overly complicated in a way that bogs down the overall process. We discussed the desire to quantify the effects that plans might have, so that they could be evaluated a little bit more systematically, and a little bit of discussion about whether tools or research might exist to support that, or whether there are, you know, models of tools or research from other kind of domain areas that might be a good fit. And then we discussed some of the challenges around enforcement of noncompliance, and whether that should look like the RPS, where a fee is assessed on kind of a unit of noncompliance or something more similar to the TNC Access for All program. And others in the group, feel free to something if I missed it.
Thank you, Drew. Let's go to group 2.
Yeah, I think I'm representing group 2. To give the best summary I can, I think we focused mostly on the first 2 questions. We didn't even get to the 4th question. For the first one, we were talking about the fact that some aspects of the plans will probably be very hard to quantify and might have to be qualitative. And then in having plans that are, if the plans end up being qualitative as a result of that, rather than quantitative, that creates a longer review process or a more time-consuming and staff-intensive review process. And I think kind of reading between the lines of what others said would potentially lend itself to commission review rather than staff review. If it ends up being something that's totally quantitative, it's a lot easier for it to undergo simply a staff review. And that aligns with although I guess this wasn't explicitly in the questions, our conversation went to the compliance, which itself is going to be very quantitative, very easy. It's X minus Y is greater than or equal, or greater than or less than 0. So that part can much more likely to be done by staff review. On some of the later questions, I think question 3, I think that there are some tools around the compliance, but some areas where tools are lacking, particularly for vehicle choice. Ways to quantify that might be challenged. And then there was a note from the TNCs on that when thinking about vehicle choice, we have to think about the total cost of ownership compared to the cheapest vehicle that the drivers have, which is not necessarily, and in fact not another new car. It's likely a kind of higher mileage, older hybrid car that has a very low total cost of ownership. And then finally, the TNCs have their own internal tools around so the other aspects of it, like reducing deadhead miles driven, increasing ridership, and it's a proprietary information. They're probably not going to want to share it with other TNCs. So that might be another challenge of these plans. I think that's all that I have in my notes. So if anyone has anything else they want to add, please feel free.
Great, thank you. Let's hear from group 3.
Okay, that was our group, Tara, and once again, I am the nominee for reporting back. I think we had similar comments to what's been reported out so far. I'll just add some in on the qualitative review idea. It was said again. It was said earlier that we should be more prescriptive on the outcomes, but not so much on how we get to the outcomes. Let the TNCs be more flexible on that. It's admittedly much more subjective doing a qualitative review. One comment was their criteria for rating, like a narrative sort of thing, would be: is it complete and is it viable? Didn't get any ideas on number 2. Should it be done by the commission or the staff? On number 3, if we get into the quantitative tools idea, that it was just identified, of course, that that's going to be more objective and, in a certain sense, easier to evaluate numerically. And finally, on the question of what would enforcement look like, the comment was, well, if nothing else, we should make sure the enforcement does not impact the drivers. It should be at the level of the TNCs themselves, but the individual driver should not bear the burden of enforcement, citations, or whatever. And that's it for our group.
Thank you, Jeff. Okay, Ashlyn's group 4.
We actually consolidated with Jeff's group, so nothing to add from us.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Well, that concludes the sessions we'd planned for today. I want to thank everyone for spending your valuable time with us and for sticking through with us through the couple technical hurdles with the breakout groups. We really appreciate your time and contributions today and throughout the proceeding. I wanted to wrap up with a quick summary of some upcoming milestones that we should anticipate. I mentioned at the beginning that staff will be putting together a workshop summary report. This is anticipated sometime in April, and parties will have the opportunity to comment once it's published. We also anticipate that the Commission will issue a scoping memo in this proceeding, anticipated later this month or early April. We have, following the scoping memo, we anticipate staff will put together a proposal responsive to at least some of the scoping memo items in the scoping memo in the third quarter of this year. And a proposed decision would be expected sometime later this year in the Clean Miles Standard proceeding. There's always potential and I think likelihood for additional public workshops throughout the proceeding. So we hope you'll return and continue to contribute in those forums as well as we continue to work through this. You can reach staff working on the Clean Miles Standard proceeding, myself and the folks who facilitated the breakout groups today at cleanmiles@cpuc.ca.gov for any questions or follow-up comments. Again, thank you for participating and contributing, and this concludes our workshop. Have a great rest of your day.